Ian.
So much worse.
So much worse-y.
Okay.
You could just say you're sorry. Lucas, love the name.
Thank you.
Let me see.
It's really one that I'm not even gonna say it out loud. I'm gonna let everyone get in and actually read it and see it.
Is there already
It's
a
better
roll
when you
20
read
for
it.
this?
Is there a roll 20 or?
It's
Yeah.
just Ryan's Monster Hunter campaign.
I'm
Yeah,
not in that.
you should be.
I have yours and I have Ben's.
Oh,
Try that link then.
oh, Summer's never played in this one. Interesting. We have. Wait, do you have Jeremy's?
Oh wait, I'm not in that one either.
Yes, I do have Jeremy's.
So you're in all the Monster Hunter guilds except for Ryan's.
Mhm.
Interesting.
That will probably affect your
Ooh.
final scoring.
Here's my character. Hold up.
Yes, let's go.
Oh, I
Summer.
didn't think
Hell
about it.
yeah.
I could have been Habu Gabu.
Or Lloyd McBeefington.
I told you, like, once you have to read it.
Beefington.
Sir Lloyd McBeefington.
Oh, by the way,
Ryan, that
I
was
cheated,
fast.
Ryan.
Well, don't do that.
I took the night background. I had 3 retainers for my sous chefs.
Well, where did you leave them behind at?
Like in Iron Chef, they go get me ingredients.
Also,
so I
don't you
have
only get one retainer as a night?
to- No, you get
background?
3.
Are you sure?
So it just,
Yeah.
I know that we're playing like a kitchen thing, but I know it.
What you got, Moose?
I chose Rogue, so that's me.
I chose a bard.
I kind of need to get into the
But
playing.
I chose
Ranger.
violence.
I made a cleric.
I am a variant human, so I do have the chef feat.
My god is barbecue sauce. I just worship the sauce.
Nice.
The
He gets
sauce.
lost in the sauce.
Those all my spells. Character sheet's good to go.
So I can actually cook things for us.
Hey.
I can make us treats that give us temporary hit points. My food is good for the soul.
Will we have to hunt for the food?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. My character makes sense then.
Only what you want to use.
Will it be on a national park?
Do you want to hunt at a national park?
No, I'm just saying.
Do you need buffalo? Is that why?
No, maybe.
Okay.
Okay. That's Sirloin's cousin, dude. Like, chill.
I am but half cow.
That's why I said cousin.
On my mother's side.
Are you saying your mother was a cow?
It's just Kit Fluffy.
She was
Tail
royalty,
the
thank you very
second.
much.
Rogue monk.
Not that royal if he's only a knight.
Well,
this man doesn't look
you
like
could
Kit
say that
Fluffy
my stock
Tail.
is not as prestigious as my
That's the
mother's.
name Jeremy's got, so that's what name he's getting.
Kit Fluffy Tail.
But no, I just put in the name. I don't know if it came up on my.
It looks like it's still Kid Fluffytail on your token. And
Oh
on your
yeah,
name.
you gotta go to the cog.
Take it to the cog.
There we go.
I see on your D&D Beyond roll, it has Dirk.
Dirk.
Draconic.
Damn, this is an old roll 20. I was just looking at the journal and I was like, oh, that's
Let's
right. That's
fucking
when we
go.
started this. Was the Saturday group. Fuck.
Yeti
Yes.
There we go.
Starting with a natural
Sauce.
20. Yes.
But
The
you
rest of my
waste-
night's
Okay.
downhill from here.
So I know it says that no larger than a medium and has a challenge rating of 1.4. Can I still have a moose?
You can use a moose with a deer stat block.
I'll take it.
He's just a little guy.
Did the little moose.
Run to the
You want
left.
the moose
Okay.
medium or large sized?
Large.
All right. You have
Okay,
character art
wait.
for you?
Oh, yes, of course, yes. After looking for it, here is my character. This is 26th President of the United States, Teddy Roosevelt.
Perfect.
That's why you're asking about the national parks.
Yes.
He was friends with what's his name? Mirror? The guy that
Made the Boy Scouts, right?
yeah, he was a John Muir. That's his name. He was like a big national parks guy. He's like the father of the national parks, and him and
John Mayer?
him and Roosevelt were friends. I have a
Nerds.
degree in Parks and Recreation, so I know these things.
I just watched
What
the
is
show.
it? Leslie Knope. I want to be Leslie Knope when I grow up. Ranger. That. Like everything's in charisma for Rangers, right?
Wisdom.
Wisdom. Ah, yes.
Wisdom and Dex.
15.
So maybe you're a very charismatic ranger.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I
Teddy
don't know
was
your
very
story.
charismatic. Yeah. Mhm.
I'm unfamiliar
Oh,
with
but
this
he
fantasy character.
Hold
He
on,
ran
I'm
for
Bill.
president like 3 times.
He
4
looks like
times?
a
Man,
teddy
5
bear or
times?
something.
He ran for president a lot of times.
All the times.
He was like the Donald Trump
Mhm.
of his time, only, like not Donald Trump. Well,
He was like him, but not really.
I mean,
No.
They were both men.
No.
the whole Rough Riders thing is very Donald Trumpy.
See, no. No.
I wish people actually debated like that and somebody says something. Well,
Wow!
No.
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 Okay. Then charisma 12. Oh God, but I don't. He was very smart. I don't like this. Okay, could I roll for my stats?
Are you
No, I'm
playing
just.
Theodore Roosevelt or are you playing Rachel's character?
I'm just going to go with Theodore Roosevelt. It's fine.
Teddy,
Don't worry, man.
you're just gonna be playing
Then
Teddy.
good luck to you.
I'm going to be playing Teddy. Yes.
A guy named
Hope you
Teddy.
got your tetanus shots.
Yeah, I got my tetanus shot. Everybody get their Teddy shots because I'm
You-
about to go. I'm about
Do
to
you
go.
have a
ham.
teddy bear?
I actually do. I went to Build-A-Bear today with a couple of skating friends, and I made a teddy bear. He's in his little suit.
Oh, hey,
That's
Rachel,
adorable.
you would be happy to know that Pastrami made a guest appearance in the Friday game that I ran for Amanda.
Oh,
Pistachio was there.
Yeah,
Flake?
yeah. Paparazzi was he was in the bar. He was in Grumpy's bar when they went into Grumpy's tavern.
Nice. I'm sorry I couldn't make it. There was a roller derby thing the exact same day. Sorry.
It happens.
Okay. What starting equipment does Teddy have? Can Teddy have?
The usual starting equipment should be good.
Okay.
Which ones are you
No-
picking for him?
Oh, got a gun. Not a gun, but you know.
Well, I don't think that's in the starting
Give her a
equipment.
musket. Give her a musket.
Can I have my Nobel Peace Prize? Wait, did Teddy get a Nobel Peace Prize? Teddy.
Don't think so.
I think he did. Peace Prize.
Or walk softly and carry a big stick? You think he got a peace prize?
No, Theodore Roosevelt, President of the United States, received the Peace Prize for having negotiated peace in the Russo-Japanese War of 1904 to 1905.
Things I learned today.
Yeah, and actually, it's thanks to him we have the cherry blossom trees in Washington, D.C. And it's also thanks to him that Japan was able to recover their cherry blossom trees after World War II.
Didn't we also get into World War II because of him?
How dare
No.
you?
No, you're thinking of Wilson. We got into World War II because of the actions of Woodrow Wilson and how we handled ourselves at the peace conference of World War I.
There was some war that Teddy Roosevelt got us into because he wanted to do stuff with the Navy.
Thing with Cuba? No. I don't know. It wasn't.
Can't
Was it the
remember what I'm
Spanish
thinking.
American?
It damn well might have been, but I don't remember. Charles is home.
Okay, so is it scale mail? Would he wear scale mail or leather? No, he's a man. Leather
Hold
armor.
on one sec.
No, he's a man.
All the
He's a
leathers.
man.
I'm still-
Chaps.
There we go. Longbow and a quiver of 20 arrows. There we go.
I'm still trying
I
to
already love
pick my
this.
spells.
Ah, fuck! I forgot. I have to pick ranger spells.
Rangers do have spells. You have to remember, Rachel.
Yeah, I remember. Second to last thing I played with a ranger, and then finally I have spells. Oh, which one is him?
Is that the one with the
What?
mustache?
I don't know. Goodberry, Hunter's Mark, Jump, Long Strider, Speak with Animals. I mean, sure. I think he'd heal. Teddy would heal people. Yeah.
It's like she's making a biography, except in the form of a D&D character.
I know. I'm getting into the mindset of Teddy Roosevelt, and then watch me just not act like. Well, no. Absorb elements. I think animal friendship, because one time I think he took a bear cub, and that was animal friendship right there.
Isn't he from like New York?
Yes.
Didn't he?
Doesn't he have
kidnap
like a
that
New
bear
York
cub?
accent?
You kind of had an accent like this in Bully. He said bully a lot. He was
Bully!
also from Harvard, so he
So
was
it
a
was like,
Harvard.
what's up,
He was
bitches?
a Harvard man. I dare you. Wait, actually, do
So
we
was
have
George
a
W. Bush. It doesn't mean much.
Teddy Roosevelt
I'm serious.
voice?
That's how I feel about Harvard.
Oh no, absolutely. Yeah. Okay, wait. Okay, the right to rule. Okay, he doesn't sound like it. He sounds kind of British, but high pitched. He kind of sounds like no, kind of sounds like this, kind of like this, and don't worry about it so much. You know, like that. I listened to like a few seconds of his speech. That wasn't the one that he was shot at. I'm really excited for Teddy. He's going to be the most serious character I played.
Why do I
And I
feel
got-
like Nick Offerman would play a great Teddy Roosevelt?
He absolutely would. Like just looking at him face to face, he would.
Just how he looks. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, fun fact. I think his children had a crocodile in the White House.
I mean, it was a swamp.
It was, yeah.
I mean, is a swamp.
I wish I could go to DC this summer. So I had an interview last week or 2 weeks ago.
How'd that go?
I cried afterwards. It went bad.
Well, not tears of happiness?
No, they were almost every interview I've walked out of, I've cried because it just went terribly. And the questions that they gave were completely different from what I'm used to. I was applying for a social studies position, and they asked me questions of how would you improve students' writings? And I know and I was just blindsided by that because I wasn't prepared to answer those types of questions because this was a new question I never encountered. It was always how could you handle classroom management? How do you improve test scores? What would you do? What was your most problematic situation? And it was how do you improve writing and how do you feel about LPCs? And I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what any of those things are. So it was not good. It was in Queen Creek. So, yeah.
Well, you're better off without Queen Creek, I can tell you that.
I just want a fucking job, man. I was going to Vale, and I've been told by several people, like, you don't want to go to Vale. One of my cohorts was actually chased out of Vale and had to go to a different school district. It was bad. But they were the only ones who were hiring. Oh, it's fine. Okay. How was everyone else's week?
Pretty good.
Nice. Oh, you know what? Let me do something. Hold on. We forget
Perfect.
that it exists sometimes. Okay, I'm done. Where's the alternate worlds? There we go.
Amanda, if you can hear me, I need character art for you.
I'm working on it. I created a quick build on D&D Beyond. I made a Fire Genasi bard.
Perfect.
I'm just looking for art right now.
Wait, could I be Untitled Goose character? No. Untitled Goose character doesn't cook, he only kills.
Untitled Moose character?
Untitled Goose character.
So your moose does have a name then?
No, Goose.
But does your moose
So your moose has
have
a name?
No,
Eddie's
yes.
moose?
No, my moose is called Bull Moose.
Bull moose.
After the Bull Moose party. Where is Roll20 that we go to?
The link is in alternate worlds. Or sorry,
No,
character showcase.
Okay, because I clicked on the wrong one.
It's the one with Teddy Roosevelt.
Thank you. Sir Loring McBeefington. Who wants to know? Ah, yes. Who what? Oh, yay!
Nice, Lucas.
Yeah.
You're getting into the theme.
Chef. I mean, chef.
It's perfect.
It was funny. We were going through Gabe's, which is like a bargain outlet here, and I was like, "Oh, let's see what they got." And I was like, "Oh, there's a chef shirt. I'm gonna buy it." No reason.
Was this before or after we learned?
Before,
Oh, dang!
I was like, a legit like chef shirt for like $4. I'll take it.
Serendipity.
Bully for you, my good sir.
As
Bully.
was foretold in the prophecy.
Lepnis Jollyworth.
I'm surprised that Rachel didn't go as Swedish Chef.
I don't know how to do a Swedish accent.
You don't have to talk. You just go. "Burp-a-dur, ba-dur-ba-dur."
Haha. I've been
know,
talking
but-
muted for the past.
Oh,
2 decades.
hello, Jeremy.
Oh my god,
So
that's
on brand.
terrible.
Lucas, you look very nice. I
Oh,
had
thank
a very good week. We got back from Missouri.
Oh, how was Missouri?
It was a long drive. Is 18 hours there and 18 hours back, but the
Oof.
weather was beautiful. I got to see my family, and gas was $3 out there,
Oh,
which is
I
just
love
bliss. And then it's $5 here.
Yeah, it's expensive as fuck.
that. Is it finally going down?
No, not
No.
really. Gas companies know they can gouge us and get away with it because the Arizona Congress will never do anything about it, and neither will the governor.
There we go.
I don't know if I want my guy to be a Texas barbecue guy or like more of a Wisconsin barbecue guy.
What is okay? I know there's a difference. I just
The
can't put it
voice.
towards the voice. Oh,
No.
is,
I guess
is there a different?
I don't know how they barbecue in the north. I know Texas barbecue is just super messy, just that liquid.
Oh
Yeah.
yes. Okay. That to me seems like a difference. Like when I think of Texas, I think of very. I think of I I think of like someone very. I don't think when I think Missouri or like anything besides Texas barbecue, I think of a dad grilling, like one of those sitcom shows of the dad grilling. And when I think of Texas barbecue, I think of a motorcycle guy grilling, and he might stab me if I go too close to the grill. Like they take it seriously.
You definitely chose the wrong state for Texas then. That'd definitely be California grilling.
Oh.
Texas grilling is when you choose to just kind of whoever's the griller is drinking a lot of beer before they start grilling, and that just makes it taste better.
More beer
No, I
goes in the
think you can
barbecuer than the
tell.
sauce.
I think Texas barbecue uses a lot of propane and propane accessories.
No,
Texas barbecue is all about the brisket. They don't do pulled
Oh.
pork. They don't do pulled chicken. Like
Yeah,
it-
Ben's from Tennessee. He knows things about this.
Oh shit.
yeah, like you've got your Memphis dry rub, and then you've got like since I'm in East Tennessee, I'm close to the Carolina, which has like your more mustard-based sauces.
Mm.
Yeah.
Carolina barbecue's wonderful.
Yeah,
Mm.
I'll tell you what.
I'll tell him. Whoa.
I'm already hungry.
Wow.
Well, welcome to Hell's fucking Kitchen.
but I would like to introduce you guys to Leibniz Jollyworth. How are y'all doing? I'm from the
I should've
Little
gone with-
Bottom or the Littleton Jollyworths. You may know us. We make Jolly Ranchers and Werther's Originals.
Oh god, a dessert chef.
Oh shit. Like, okay.
I
Wait,
should have been a Keebler elf. Damn it.
what part of the kitchen are we at? Like, hold on, let's go to Ratatouille. Let's get my knowledge of Ratatouille and see what
We might not be in the
who's-
kitchen.
Well, as I'm sure that you guys all are more than well aware,
I love
every
how
year
excited we all are to play
the
this.
culinary artists come from around the world to participate in the acclaimed Epicurean tournament, held in a different location every time The tournament participants attempt to cook with a special localized ingredients in order to impress the panel of esteemed royal judges with their culinary stylings. These ingredients always happen to be fantastically dangerous or hard to get, making it a cooking competition fit for true adventurers. This year, the ice caverns of Hostia are where the Epicurean tournament is being hosted at. The perilous icy caves of the steep mountainside outside of Hostia have been chosen for this competition, as they are well renowned for their giant ice crabs that live there, as well as a number of other highly sought after monsters that live in this frigid climate. The ice crabs are known to reach peak The ice crabs are known to reach peak maturity only once a year for a very short period of time, and the tournament has been timed for this very moment, allowing the competitors to get the best quality possible ice crab, if they can survive the perilous conditions. Each of you has been separately contacted by Herdigrut, a portly half-orc chef with a glorious red beard. And he has beseeched the assistance of each of you for your particular skills inside of the culinary world. Bringing all of you together to unite for his team within this Epicurean tournament to be held this year in such a perilous location that he himself will be unable to participate. So he is gathering a team of the world's best in order to take on the world reigning champions known as the Red Aprons. This year, he has gathered you guys all here outside of the ice caverns of Hostia in order to compete in the Epicurean tournament. Some of you might have already previously known Herdigrut from previous happenstances in your life, but you know, it has been one of his lifelong goals to win one of these Epicurean chef stars, kind of like the Michelin stars in the real world. It's a icon to show off one's cooking expertise and prowess. And he's also offering those who are less propelled by the need for just winning a special badge with an offer of 500 gold pieces for participating in this tournament on his behalf. So he has instructed you guys to meet at the base of the mountain near the Grinning Goat Tavern, near the town of Hostia, in order to discuss things further. And as one by one you guys are making your way in, you see a wide range of colorful tents crowding the main gates of the town of Hostia, with aromas lingering about this encampment being nothing short of mouth-watering. Vibrant fragrances of roasted meats, exotic spices, and seared vegetables, the cuisine appears just as diverse as the medley of competitors and tourists bustling throughout the town streets. Travelers have gathered here from the four corners of the world for this tournament, and so you follow your nose through the gates towards the Grinning Goat, a bustling restaurant pungent with the scent of smoke and greasy bar food. Waiting nearby the doors is Herdigrut, this rotund orc sporting a chef's coat and a bushy red beard. He eagerly motions you to join him at his large table, where you are met with the faces of many other individuals that you now see. So just going left to right, Dirk, would you mind describing what the party sees sitting before them at this large table?
You see a middle-aged dragonborn. His red scales have started to lose their shine with his age, but he's got a pretty much a permanently smile attached to his face as he's laughing and joking around with whoever's seated next to him. You've never seen a dragonborn with a pot belly, but you have now, as a lot of barbecue and beers have entered his belly. He's wearing just normal clothes, but he's got a apron on, and it's made from like different dragon scales, but they're real tiny. And through like his boasting, you hear him talk about the amount of kids he has back home, and like each kid took a little one of their scales that they shed when they were growing up, put them all together to make him an apron. And he's got pretty much like a spice rack and spice biceps from like Bob's Burgers, were just a bands around his arms, and
Biceps.
and he's got like the Rambo ammo straps, making an X around him as well. So, and he's just covered in spices as he and not all of them are closed all the way. So like as he moves around, he just seems to be leaking powder and onions and salt and a little bit of ingredients everywhere.
Do you even
And-
spice, bro?
I spice everything, bro.
Dirk introduces himself to the party. The half-orc turns his attention towards the large, horned individual sitting beside Dirk.
Looks down over his glasses. Hello. Name's Sirloin McBeefington. It's a pleasure to meet you. He is a 7.5-foot tall Minotaur man. Literally, only his head is that of a bull. The rest of it is of a ripped man who likes to do fine French cuisine. Not much else to say about a bull who wears glasses and a chef's uniform.
Well, since we're going through and making our introductions, I suppose we should also have each of you introduce your dish of your speciality, your area of expertise within the kitchen. Dirk!
Oh, well, I mean, reaches down into his apron pocket, pulls out a bowl, and just like quick as nimble, he grabs a bunch of spices, grabs a little jar, and whips up a quick barbecue sauce. Kind of spicy. I'm a barbecue master. Started doing it from my dad, who learned from his 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 dad. And yeah, just perfected the family recipe. So now I experiment with it, do different variants, and my kids entered me in a competition, and I've been winning competitions ever since. Made a name for myself. But you guys can go ahead and try. And he's gonna just set the bowl of barbecue sauce down on the table.
Sirloin looks at it. Well, if you could cook your food properly, you wouldn't need this type of slathering sauce to drown out the terrible cooking that you've done in the past.
My barbecue sauce is so good you would drink it out of a cup. Has nothing to do with the meat. The meat just makes the barbecue sauce better.
He'll reach in and take a taste.
It is a very spicy and a very sweet combination that just melts on your tongue.
Well, I suppose that'll work for your type of cooking and not mine.
Well, that's just me making it right here with what I got. If I'm in an actual kitchen, whew, I'll blow your socks off.
Well, we're going to talk specialties here. My specialty is beef Wellington. I let the meat provide its own flavor.
The Lord of the Tartar.
Yes.
And I suppose just moving right along, our next individual, I suppose, needs little introduction. But for those who might need it, as he gestures over.
Well, I mean, I know the family name is famous, but I did very little to earn that myself, at least yet. I'm Leibniz Jollyworth. I'm sure you're all familiar with Jollyworth candies. It's been a family specialty for generations now. My specialty is also candies, but I'm expanding. I want to get away from just the simple sugar-based treats. There are so many ways that you can harness the sweetness, but also the other aspects, the acidity, the way that you shape the flavor of a sweet, of a tart. Well, I could speak all day about it, but yes, I'm Lebnis. It's great to meet all of you.
Glad to have you along, Lebnis.
Nice to meet you. Oh,
And-
I
and
love
you-
your candies.
Well, thank you. Um, have you tried the latest? I call it the mustard honey pieces.
Oh, my kids love those. They're just wrappers everywhere in my house.
Oh, excellent. That one was mine. I'm so proud of it.
Actually, he is going to pull out like 3 empty wrappers from his pocket.
Oh, well, if you need more, I know exactly where to find them.
Then I see you're familiar with his work.
Oh yeah, delicious. You can't buy a better candy.
That is precisely my Nana's favorite candy. So, what's good for her must be good.
Now, I'm sure that you're all familiar with the Epicurean tournament being hosted every year by the Culinary Council, the esteemed group of the realm's best chefs every year. Well, I was hoping to put all of your efforts forward, and I was lucky enough. We had originally anticipated a storm holding off Teddy for making it this year, but luckily for us, he's able to grace our presence with another attempt at the tournament star. Teddy, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself to the table.
Oh boy, of course. My name is Teddy Roosevelt. I've, of course, been all over the world and everything.
I'm
I've
sorry,
been all
did you
over
have
the
some of
world.
that barbecue sauce?
I absolutely
dare
did.
you.
I've been all over the world, hunting, gaming. I also, of course, I'm not as big as a cook as some of you around, but I do know my way around a fried chicken and gravy, if you don't mind me. It's very big and good, if you don't mind me saying.
From
And of
what I
course, an elephant.
understand, he's been eating for most of his life.
Oh, of course, we all eat. It's just some people like to eat a little bit more than others, but I can assure you, my dear man, I know how to hunt, I know how to somewhat cook, I know my way around a kitchen.
Tell me, have you brought this monstrous horse as one of your own secret ingredients?
Oh, don't do that. No, of course, this is my trusty steed. I call him Bull Moose, of course. And Teddy's going to go on like his tippy toes and like hold the ears and plug the ears of the moose and go. Not a dish, unfortunately, but I accidentally did kill its mother, so I look at it more as a son.
These things all want to happen. But I'll have you know this competition is going to be taking place in 3 segments. The ingredient gathering segment will be followed by the cooking and preparation, and then lastly, the presentation before the judges.
Oh,
Each
fuck.
team needs to cook a collective total of 3 dishes to present to the judges. Each dish must contain at least one of this year's designated rare ingredients collected from this year's special location. Karada, if I remember right, you know a thing or two about gathering rare ingredients. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself to the group.
My name.
Are you the Karada?
I mean, I guess so. The pirate cook. Then yeah.
Oh, I've heard so much about your recipes for seafood. Oh my God, they're an inspiration.
I think they named one of the clogged arteries after her cooking.
They did.
The carotid artery.
Yes.
She's been known to stop a heart or two with her graceful cooking. So I thought such fierce competition will definitely be necessary with the team that the Red Aprons are bringing in this year.
Oh yes, my seafood chowder will definitely knock your socks off and clog your arteries.
One of this year's special ingredients being the ice crabs. I thought it would be best to have a chef who's routinely on the ocean. As you all know, I'm getting a bit up there in age, and so I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in all of the phases of this year's competition, which is why I have gathered all of you. I was hoping that Jochiro might be able to lead all of you up into the mountain for the purposes of collecting the ingredients for the first round. Jochiro, would you mind introducing yourself?
Hey everyone. I just I'm a classically trained chef. Went to culinary school, but dropped out to go travel the world, learn a thing or two about as many ingredients and things like that as I can. And yeah, I don't really have a specialty. I like to make everything. And I have a little diner back home.
Boy.
Nice. Family
But,
owned?
yeah, family-owned diner.
I'm very big on family. That's very wholesome. That's sweet.
But I definitely know the ingredients that we're looking for.
Yes. So when the first phase starts, we're going to have 30 seconds to collect from the ingredients. A total of 6 rounds to collect everything that you're going to need to cook with in the following segment. Then the cooking section will last for another 6 rounds of a bit more time, just in case, to make sure everything's cooked thoroughly. I have several recipes in mind already, but depending on what you come back with, we can strategize then. Everything seems to be a bit of a crapshoot once you come back with the wrong ingredients, if that makes sense. So we have to be a bit flexible, as it were. I've already prepared a list of about 12 dishes that we should be able to make use with, depending on what you are able to return with. But I want you to focus on gathering what you're able to as quickly as you're able to, and get some of the most tasteful food that you're able to procure. The Red Aprons are sure to be up there trying to hamper your progress, as well as any other competitions and hazards the mountains will bring you. Which is why I've also brought in Ruby. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself to the group.
Sorry, cut out. Me?
Yes.
Hi. Yeah. Sorry, I was. You look over and she. So I made her a bard and I made her proficiency a pan flute, but I just wanted to be a pan. She's proficient.
Perfect.
So she's like oiling her pan and making sure it's super clean. And she looks up, and you just see a little spark in her hair as you call her. Hi. Yes, I'm here. I am very, very excited to be a part of this. You guys are talking about specialty dishes, and anything that you can cook in a pan is my specialty. Yes, I enjoy cooking all of the things of all of the varieties, as long as it fits in a pan. Other things kind of, But this is nice because, I can just and she holds the pan up to her head and her hair sparks up a little bit more. It's like, I'm my own oven. It's great. Stovetop, whatever it's called. So yeah, I'm excited to be able to swiftly get in there, and I'm really, really good at ignoring people. So these red aprons, they don't have a shot at distracting me. So I'll be able to get in there and grab the very best ingredients and run back as swiftly as possible. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be great. I'm really excited to meet all of you. This is gonna be so much fun. This is gonna be great. This is gonna be great.
this is stupendous, because I was able to grease a few palms, and so luckily we're going to be one of the first teams that make it our way up into the mountain. So the picking should be the ripest for us to make use of. From what I understand, the cave has been particularly cultivated for this year's event. There has been spottings of stalactite salts, luminous cave mushrooms, a couple of pygmy mammoths off of the mountain, as well as the ice crabs that I'm sure you're more than familiar with. There has been a warning about a snowstorm that could be blowing in this direction, but I'm sure that's nothing that we have to worry ourselves about. If you're able to find any sort of cave poolings, there could be axe-beaked snowfisher eggs. Definitely worth a harvest if you're able to scoop some of those up in your allotted time. But if not, then don't worry about it. We should be able to make do with what else you can bring back. All right, then. If anybody else has any questions, or we can make our way towards the base of the mountain to kick things off.
I am more than ready.
All right, then.
I did have just the one question.
Yes.
So, you did say we are allowed to bring secret ingredients, right? It's not exclusively what they provide us, correct?
What have you got? If it's things like spices and things, those are typically encouraged. If it's like a whole mousse that you brought to prepare, that's going to take a bit more palm greasing.
Do not talk about my moose being a part of the meal.
That's why I had to double check, Theodore.
So alligator is off the menu then.
No, I just my family, we to help with the business, we have quite a well, it's not exactly a farm, it's more of a colony of specially the bees. We have been raising a colony of bees for generations, and I brought some of the honey. That's fine, right?
If you can make it appear while you're up on the mountain, I think that might work in our favor. As he kind of shoots you a wink. Perhaps we give those red aprons a taste of their own medicine.
Excellent. Thank you.
Now, as I think I mentioned before, keep a keen eye on the red aprons. We have yet to confirm it, but some of the chefs who have competed in years past have suspicion that some of the red aprons have been sabotaging other participants in years past, whether affecting their dishes or attempting to thwart their progress in harvesting ingredients. So be aware they're not there to just simply observe, but they are actively attempting to hinder your progress in this competition. Oh, right then, if everyone's had their fill, let's be ready to embrace that cold then. We can all make our way to the mountain.
Hey.
Lead the way, Teddy.
Of course.
As he leads you guys back out into the icy cold wind, as you pass by a number of those colorful tents with the intoxicating smells wafting around the area. And he takes you a little bit outside of the town towards the base of one of those mountains that has this large stone carved bridge that seems to lead all the way up to the open mouth of some sort of a giant, as if about to swallow, leading into this cave mouth.
That's ominous.
And as you guys start approaching the lip of this bridge, a crowd starts to gather on this side of the bridge, and murmurings and pointing and gestures start to happen. And then a couple figures wearing red aprons push their way to the front of the crowd and just kind of silently start observing as what is his name? As Herdegrutt looks over at you guys, he says, well, all right then, if everyone's ready and if we've all done our stretches, I'll wait for your return here. Now remember, you've got 30 seconds to collect as much as you're able. As soon as the thunder wave goes off, you will have 6 rounds. I wish you all the best of luck. Stay safe, keep your wits about you, and find something delicious.
But, my dear sir, I know how oh God, how competition runs through our veins. Is it possible to, hit someone? Give it the old Harvard try, if you might say. Punch them in the nose. Carry a big stick and use it.
Well, it's going to be a bit more difficult to tenderize a brisket if it's not dead first. By whatever means you see necessary, Theodore. We're bringing home that star this year. I can feel it. Now then, if we're all ready, on your marks, get set! As he raises up his hands and this thunderous boom echoes out, sending a small rippling of snow across the area. As this thunder wave goes off, can I have everybody roll me either an athletics or acrobatics check to cross this frozen icy bridge into the cave?
Oh my God!
Wow.
I have good athletics. No! No!
I thought I had good acrobatics, but no.
Pretty good. All right. Can I have, I guess, how should I do this? We're going to go best to worst for this first round. So, Leibniz, would you like to describe how you go about entering this giant's maw on the other side of this tunnel, on this bridge, rather?
So, being a halfling, and being a little portly, you would not suspect him to be quite so dexterous and agile, but he uses his size to his advantage, and he just darts through like gaps in the ice and the rocks and things that larger creatures simply couldn't deal with. And so he basically manages to weave a fairly straight line across this bridge. And he's a halfling after food, so he's well motivated.
All right. And so with Leibniz leading the charge, you guys start to make your way into this cavern. Save for Dirk, who looks to slip across that bridge. And as he falls, he just kind of slams into the floor, slowing his progress just enough that he's going to lose the first round.
By the way, he didn't roll
Like,
the
Oh.
Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I was still a 2.
Roll something you're good at.
Dirk face plants on the bridge and is going to lose the first round.
God,
The first 6 seconds as everybody else charges forward in front of him. Dirk, you do see, following behind the last member of your party, 2 sort of shimmers as if some sort of illusion of invisibility were following in amongst them.
Oh, hey now.
And all right, first question. Can everybody see?
I see an
map?
icy cavern.
Big blue map.
Yep.
Oh, there's
Perfect.
our tokens. Okay, I found our tokens.
All right.
Oh, that's where they are.
There you go. All right. I think I got that working now. Can I have everybody roll some initiative for me, please?
Can we can kill the mammoth?
Leibniz is starting out hot.
we're missing? Dirk.
Oh, I rolled 11.
Yeah, but it didn't add like half of you guys for whatever reason.
Oh, I didn't know our tokens were the right. I just rolled.
All right. So, Lebnis, you're the first one to make it into the mouth of this large, icy cavern where you can see all manner of life happening on the inside of here. You can see a small pygmy mammoth that looks to be feasting on a small patch of grass nearby a couple of bushes that look to have been specifically cultivated for this thing's diet. You can see a small, frozen, pebbly shoreline covered with moving frozen stones that you probably suss together being some of the ice crabs skittering around on this beach. The frozen water nearby looks to stir about with a little bit of fish fluttering around. The stalactite you can make out on that walkway that leads over that frozen expanse of water looks to have pulled up with just enough salt to make seasonings even better with whatever dishes you cook with that stalactite salt. As well, I guess I should ping these things. Stalactite salt off of that one. Not sale.
Say, is it on sale?
Sale.
It's a 5-finger discount, as well as the luminous cave mushrooms glowing nearby what looks to be some sort of an axe-beaked large bird. It doesn't look particularly friendly. You can make out the faintest whisperings and shudderings about of some sort of a small voices somewhere in the back of this cavern. But otherwise, the space is available to you. What would you like to do, Lebnis? You've got 30 seconds to gather your ingredients.
Okay, so the map looks very icy. Like, is the ground itself ice? Like, is it going to take some sort of special check to move
No
around?
checks to move around except on the ice. And I'm saying, like, this pool of water is frozen ice, and this back here is frozen ice. But otherwise,
Watery
it's
stuff
just
looks like
normal
ice,
walking.
All right, in that case, Lebnis, who you guys would not have necessarily known could do this, is going to cast Expeditious Retreat on himself.
Nice.
And he's going to dash for that salt pillar.
All
because you've got to have the right salt to make your sweets work.
Everything needs salt.
So, I guess before I get moving too much, how high is this little ledge here?
I'm going to say like a 5-foot drop.
All right, then he's just going for it.
Far enough the mammoth could go up if you try and shoot at it from here.
He triple moves.
Triple moves. All right. Lebnis makes his way all the way up to this gathering of the stalactite salt that is dripping down into this collectible pile. You can make a harvest check with your next turn for your action.
Excellent.
With next up, Chochiro.
Okay. Let's see, what do we got? We got cave mushrooms are the furthest thing away.
Axe beak.
Yeah, let's go for those cave mushrooms. Okay. So Joichiro is gonna go 30 feet with his movement. Bonus action is gonna dash. And then action is going to dash.
All right.
So Joichiro is gonna slide up against that wall back there.
Perfect. Start sprinting your way around, and you do stir up the first axe beak that you sprint by. It starts to ruffle up its feathers as the second one that you start approaching, as you near those mushrooms, starts to just kind of turn around and cautiously back itself up as if you were attempting to charge at it. And then we jump to Teddy. Teddy and the Bulboos.
With that dish, there comes a protein. I want to kill the pygmy mammoth. I want to be the reason why they're extinct.
Teddy R comes in, fires away.
All right. I can't sneak because I'm not a rogue, but I like to imagine like he's giving the Harvard try. Do. Okay, I'm going to fire with my longbow because I know how to do that. Okay, actions.
Teddy, go ahead and roll me either a nature or medicine check.
Nature. Come on. Ah, fuck. Medicine. Fuck. Oh, +2. Okay.
All right, fire away.
What? Oh my god. Oh no. It's not a pygmy mammoth, isn't it? It's a baby mammoth. Shit.
Or you just don't know where the heart is.
Yeah, no, I probably don't. 11.
Well, the good news is it is a pygmy mammoth.
Oh,
and
thank
11
God.
is just what you needed to hit.
Yes!
Nice.
Roll some
Yes!
damage.
Yes! 4. Wait, could I do anything else? Bonus action. No, I cannot. That's it.
Hunter's Mark. Did you take spells?
No, Hunter's Mark I didn't, because isn't that the one where I have to cast it first, then I have to?
Yeah.
You can use your bonus action to cast it.
I did not take it, no. I have Animal Friendship, though.
Oh, that's great.
This first
You just shot it.
rings off through the cavern. Teddy aims true with his longbow, and the first arrow plunks into the hide of that mammoth. That immediately just drops whatever greenery it was holding in its trunk as its gaze looks up to you, and it just starts to stomp out the bush that it is in front of as the pygmy mammoth rolls into initiative.
Nice. I created a problem. Hey. Hi, it's me. I'm the problem, it's me.
I would have made the
Anything
problem.
else you want to do?
No, I'm just singing that the one Taylor Swift song, but I'm ending.
All right.
I think, yeah.
After Teddy is Ruby.
Okay, so I am going to make my way forward. Hold on. My character sheet. I don't remember how much feet I have. 30. Okay, so do I have to go around this thing right here? Can I go straight?
That's a wall.
Okay, then I'm gonna go. Oh god, I gotta click. There's 15. 10. Oh god. Okay, well I can get in here. And then I guess I will use my action to double move. And get to here because that's a, you said 5-foot drop.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna head towards the crabs.
All right.
Woo! That's all I can do for now. Actually, seeing that Teddy kind of started some shit, I'm going to inspire them. Way to go there, Teddy! You're doing great. You're doing great. You get a D6 as a bardic inspiration.
Beautiful.
That's my turn.
All right. As this bird that Jochiro is rapidly approaching starts to just ruffle its feathers as its gaze meets with Jochiro, and something about its eyes caused Jochiro to just freeze for a moment as he's up against that wall. Jochiro, can I have you roll me a Constitution saving throw?
Oh no.
Yeah, no problem. 4.
Oh no.
Jotaro, as you kind of like plant yourself up against this wall, you feel your arms and legs just kind of freezing to it. As you start to freeze over and become magically restrained and start to become petrified into ice.
That's not good.
Next up, Dirk. You're able to scramble yourself back up onto the bridge, and this round you're able to make it to the mouth of the cave with your full movement, any bonus actions you have, and action to sprint. Karada.
I was muted. So the mammoth is mad, correct?
Mammoth just got shot by an arrow. It is not happy.
Okay.
Karada, go ahead and roll me a nature or medicine check.
Nature's my better one. Oh, 19.
Yay.
Also, with a 19, you know that if you guys were to kill the mammoth with slashing or fire damage, that might do a number to increase its taste score. However, if you were to kill the mammoth with piercing or psychic damage, you might be able to harvest more meat to cook with. And it is probably resistant to cold damage.
If we bludgeon it, is it more tender?
The crabs definitely would be.
Ooh.
Bludgeoning or thunder?
I like this mechanic. I was gonna go beat it with my maul. I'm not gonna do that now.
But slashing is fine.
Slashing will give you more for the mammoth.
Okay.
Or sorry,
I would like
slashing will
to.
give you a higher score for the mammoth meat.
Higher quality. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then I
got
would like
numbers and
to.
stuff.
Well, do we want the meat more or do we want the milk more? I mean, you could still get the milk from it even if it's dead.
From the mammoth?
Yeah, from the mammoth.
Yeah, I think we can, yeah.
All right, cool. I'd like to cast Cloud of Daggers at it.
All right.
Do you cast Slap Chop?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a dex save for the mammoth?
It doesn't get to make a save. It just hits it.
All right.
And so it takes the damage if it enters the area of the spell for the first time or starts its turn there.
All right. So starting its turn, it'll take 11 damage there. Anything else you would like to do?
Yeah, I'd like to move like here-ish. You said this is 5 feet, this thing?
Yeah, just a little drop. Not
She'll hop on
hazardous.
down. So like
What's
here.
this
She's
cloud
gonna
of
face
daggers
this thing.
look like?
They look like these just like these thin, like long silvery kind of knives, but they're like wicked sharp.
Filleting knives?
Yeah.
All right. All right. Sirloin.
Sirloin is going to come around the corner. If I had the right selector tool, hey. And then he realizes Dorichiro is turning into Ice! No time to sit on the job. He's going to continue to move another 20 feet, and then he is going to dash additional 30 feet. But as a bonus action, I can make a hammering horns. Goring rush, because I took the dash action. So I'm going to make a bonus action attack on this axe beak.
All right.
16?
16's going to hit.
Ooh.
Roll some damage.
7.
Killing an axe beak with piercing or psychic damage will provide more cutlets of it.
Oh.
7 damage to the axe beak.
Okay. And then I can continue my movement. So that was 45. And I think I get to... Right there. Okay. That's my turn.
All right.
I'm coming to return. Don't pass out on us yet.
Lebnis, you start to hear what sounds like chanting. What languages do you speak?
I speak Common and Elvish. Because you got a little Elvish if you're going to cook well.
It's neither one of those, but you hear these small voices just start echoing whatever that first one was chanting. And it's just starting to grow, coming from the back corner of this cavern. As the pygmy mammoth is going to start its turn by taking 11 points of damage. As it is going to become a little bit spooked. It is going to run out from the cloud of daggers to the first person it can see, and it's just going to drop its head and attempt to smash into you with its tusks. Yeah.
God, you're corroded.
Karada, that's going to be a 16 to hit with its
that hits.
goring charge. It's
There's a
going
lot
to
of
be
goring going around here.
It's practically World War II Germany, isn't it?
It's going to be 13 points of bludgeoning damage, and I need a strength saving throw.
Ugh.
Cousin, don't touch my
15.
friend.
This
Rachel,
mammoth,
just so you know, that was just for you.
the pygmy mammoth slams into Karada, and she's able to maintain her footing, just going toe to toe, and does not get knocked prone.
Nice.
Lebnis.
Okay. Would it be like an action to look around for wherever this chanting's coming from?
I'd say we can do a free action now that we're back to your turn.
Okay, I'm at least going to try to figure out where it's coming from.
All right. Roll me an investigation or perception check.
Investigation is slightly higher. We'll go with that. Nope. He's distracted by the salt.
Cold.
It's going to take a few seconds to gather that salt, and every second is crucial right now.
Yeah, so he takes a small spice bag from his backpack, and he casts Mage Hand to start scooping the salt into the bag, and he holds it open with both hands.
All right, roll me a sleight of hand check to harvest this rare salt.
Okay, apparently I was just really eager.
Oh my
Not
gosh.
necessarily very good.
You watch as the mage hand just kind of starts scraping across the top of this, but it doesn't quite have the strength to break through this mineral that has just been collectively building up over however long this salt has been dripping in this space. It's not as individualized grains as you were hoping. It's a salt deposit that's right here.
All right. He reaches in to his belt, and he pulls out a small mace. But technically it's a mace, but it's more like a mortar and pestle grinder. And he's going to use that to start breaking the salt up.
All right. Lebnis starts cracking open the salt.
I figure that's probably his turn.
Next round, yes.
What's your Jolly Rancher hammer?
Jochiro, Your body starts freezing and getting a lot colder than you were anticipating as the gaze of this axe beak meets with your own, and things get a little bit scary as your legs start freezing. What would you like to do?
Are my hands free?
Your hands are free, your body is freezing. Like, it is getting worse. You can act right now. Depending on your saves, you might not be able to again.
Is it like a I can move and like I can do like a is there a check to get away from the wall, or is it
So
like
it's like being affected by the gaze of a cockatrice. Your legs have been magically petrified and are turning to ice, and that save is slowly working its way up your body. So you're frozen in place right now, but you can move the top half of your body.
well,
Speed
round.
0. God.
But you repeat the save, and on a failure, it progresses.
fun. I guess I'm going to manifest my psychic blades and throw them at the axe beak
Perfect.
and say, "Let me go, stupid bird." 19.
Oh yeah.
I don't get sneak attack, so just 5 psychic damage.
5 psychics, good.
13.
13 is going to hit.
All right, that should be a D4. Yep, +3, so 7 on that one.
7 more psychic. You are starting to kill this axe beak and not leaving even so much as a bruise across its flesh.
Let me
Keep
go.
going this way, and it'll be very good for harvesting its cutlets.
That's my action. Bonus action. I can't move, so I think that's my turn.
Roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Come on, Jerry. No!
I'm gonna use one of my psychic dice
Yes.
to hold on.
Do a thing.
I think it's like
Remember
to
how
add
this
it
thing
to the
works.
roll or something like that.
Yeah, I can add a D6 to the roll.
4 or better. 4 or better. It's got to be a 4 or better.
5 or better.
Where is this?
Shit.
Here we go. Psychic bolstered neck. Oh, it's only an ability check or skill. It's a skill check. It's not a saving throw.
Oh, no.
That's a bummer. It is what it is. All right, I failed.
All right. So the ice continues to slowly freeze up, freezing your left half now. You've got at most 1 attack now with your right arm, and things are not going to be very well if you fail another one of those.
Hey, I could use a little help over here.
Teddy,
I don't know what to do.
the mammoth you shot has charged Karada. Jotaro is freezing solid on one side. Parties everywhere. It's pure chaos. You have seconds left to gather ingredients. What do you do?
How's the mammoth looking?
Very hardy. Very hardy.
How's Jotaro looking? How much time do I have before he freezes?
For Jotaro, potentially as little as 6 seconds.
Fuck. Oh God.
For ingredients, I think you still have like 24 seconds left.
I cannot get to Jotaro in time.
Not even on moose?
How much is a movement speed for a moose?
50 feet.
You tell me. It's not my moose.
Horse movement.
Riding horse is 60 feet.
60 feet? 60 feet? That sounds good.
But what's the elk stat block you're using?
Oh,
What's the deer's movement? Probably like 50 feet.
Ooh, yeah. Deer, 50 feet.
50
I
feet.
called it.
that change anything?
Let me see. I mean, I can get adjacent to Jotaro. No, I cannot. Fuck. Hold on. Okay, I'll go right to here, next to sirloin. All right, I will get to.
I don't think your moose is going to fit.
No, it will not. Oh, shit.
You could try to jump the gap.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that is an option that the moose can attempt to do. Can the moose attempt to jump this gap right here? It'll take an opportunity attack from the ox beak.
Absolutely. I'm good with the moose not even needing to roll for it if you're okay with it provoking the opportunity attack.
Yep, I'm okay with that.
Dire chicken swings, and that's going to be a 17 to hit the moose.
Oh, God.
Ooh. I don't even think I have to look at the...
Looks like
I-
moose is back on the menu, boys.
It's got...
5
yeah.
piercing damage, and I need Bull Moose to roll me a Constitution saving throw.
Looking at the stat block.
Deer don't have a lot of hit points.
No, it only has 4 hit points. Oh my god.
Oh no!
Moose is dead.
So you just Yoshi'd this moose with your Roosevelt jump.
14.
You leap this gap. The moose gets struck by the axe beak, and Roosevelt's able to leap off of the back of the moose. As
Oh
the
my
moose, even if it survived the beak, when it hits the ground, its legs are frozen solid as it just shatters upon impact,
Well, fuck.
leaving Teddy in this competition.
Wait, is there viable meat?
Ooh, the upper half would still be good.
If you'd like to spend your action to harvest it, absolutely.
Oh my god.
Well, that was Moose's movement.
Mr. Don't look at moose as an ingredient.
I was willing to
Opportunity
sacrifice
prizes.
my hirelings, my retainers.
So since that was the moose's movement speed, can Teddy move 15 feet?
Sure.
Right next to Jotaro. What can I do? I will do cure wounds. Can I do a medicine check to see what I can do?
I don't
You
know
can
what you can do.
aid, maybe.
Yeah, I'll aid.
Sure. What do you do? What do you tell him?
Son, what you've got to do in these types of situations when you've got heat, when you've got frostbite, is you've got to warm yourself. Not very hard, not very high all at once, but at a very space that keeps coming up, my dear boy. You just got to give it an old Harvard try.
Perfect. Jotaro, your next roll will be made at advantage to escape this icy tomb. Ruby.
I should have.
Okay, hold on. I have to measure, and then I'm ready. Okay, so as Jolchiro calls out for help, I'm gonna look up and be like, "It's okay, you got this," and I'm going to bardically inspire him.
Nice.
And then I would like to look at these crabs and I misread things, but I'd still like to cast Shatter on them.
All right.
Trying to get as many of them in the sphere as possible.
Draw out your, I think it's, what,
10
foot square?
10 foot sphere. You're gonna make, oh god, how do
I
I?
went to the bathroom. What happened?
You got the help action and Bardic Inspiration.
Cool.
Oh, and the moose died.
What?
What?
Yes.
Moose had 4 hit points.
I
That sounds like something Teddy Roosevelt would do.
Bully, bully.
Wait, 10, wait, that's bigger then, right?
It's 4
Yeah.
squares, right?
Ah, hold on.
You can get two crabs, I think. Unless you could get it, if Ryan will give you half squares, then you can get like.
Thank you. I'm having, yeah, if we scooch it down to get 4 crabs.
If I can select it even. What have I done?
Well, it's 4 crabs on the left. I think we can do it. Oh God!
Now it's pink. There we go. All the crabs.
There we go. 4 crabs.
4 crabs.
Con saves.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
All right. We'll start clockwise. Guy
She
on
was
top.
really confident in that con save.
That's a 2, a 16, a 17, and a 2.
So 3 of the 4 don't make it, right?
I don't
2
know, what's your
crabs.
DC?
What? This is what? Thunder damage?
Yeah, it's gonna be thunder damage, or half as much on a successful one.
2 of the crab. All 4 of the crabs are going to just, their shells split open, and you can just see this beautiful glistening meat on the inside, perfectly shucked from their shells that are no longer existent around it.
Nice.
The meat collected from these 4 ice crabs is going to have a +5 to its taste score.
Nice. +5 meat crabs. Yeah, I'm gonna go gather that with my movement. I can get to
Well, you
that.
got your movement.
Hold on. That's a circle. That's not. I would like to get to the center here and gather.
Free action to interact with one object.
Oh, one at a time. Okay, we're gonna do one at a time. Then I'll go for the northern this one. Yep, that's the first one.
All right, write down ice crab +5. Anything else you would like to do?
That's it for now.
Roll me a perception check, Ruby.
I'm very distracted with the
Wow.
Group up that ice. Crab meat, no problem.
crab
Perfect.
meat.
Getting all that ice crab. Way to go.
I'm
All
doing
right.
it.
Next up, the Axebeak engaged with Sirloin is going to try and peck back at him. After that first slice with a 15 to hit Sirloin
Yeah, it hits.
for 4 points of piercing damage. And I need a Constitution save, please.
12.
We're rolling.
12 is
great
going to
tonight.
succeed.
Ha 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 ha!
Is that all I need?
You
need an
can
11.
beat Sirloin.
I need an 11. That's
An
it.
11.
God.
The Axebeak, seeing the Moose Man leap off of the moose that just exploded to ice and come forward, charging the same location, is going to make eye contact with Teddy Roosevelt. Teddy, I need a con save from you, please. As this icy blue color fills the iris of this Axebeak's eyes.
Oh, please, please, please.
And you, Jotaro, you watch as Teddy's boots freeze solid right next to your own. And that ice is slowly starting to creep up Teddy's legs.
Hey, is this your idea of helping?
Always needing to get head first into these types of things, unfortunately. Sometimes something like this does appear to have happened.
And that Axebeak is just going to flutter down onto the frozen lake floor.
Hey, if we kill this thing, does it stop? I think we should kill it.
Dirk!
Not for the meat.
Hey. Have I seen any more signs of those vegetable fellas?
Well, now that you're inside of the cave, you'd like to make a perception check?
Yeah.
Anywhere in particular you're looking?
Well, looking when I noticed the shimmers,
They followed into the mouth of the cave behind the party. So
Well,
you
they had
lost
left-
sight of them when you lost sight of the party.
that were they leaving? I wouldn't have been able to tell the footprints.
Not on the ice.
Okay. No, I'll just make a general perception check. Because it's just a
Alright.
straight wall coming up, right?
What?
Like this wall right here is just a straight wall going up, or
Yeah, that's like this. This over here in front of you is like the mouth of this cave.
okay. Yeah, I'll go through the mouth of the cave and
You can see Jotaro freezing solid to one wall. Roosevelt right beside him starting to freeze up. Leibniz hacking and smashing away at this stalagmite in the middle of the cavern. Karada just going toe to toe with a pygmy mammoth. And Ruby harvesting all this crab meat that is just seemingly on display around her. Sirloin is engaged with an axe beak. And there's all sorts of things going on in this room.
I'm gonna see the pygmy mammoth. Oh, that looks tasty. And then 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I don't know how big that ledge is. I just hopped down.
Enough to jump down.
All right. And then make an attack with my warhammer.
You would hit a mammoth? A pygmy mammoth? 10 is just going to miss, unfortunately.
And then I will use a bonus action to attack again since I'm a war priest.
Yeah.
Ooh.
22 is going to hit.
And then
That's like bludgeoning and piercing, right?
Do you have the channel divinity to add 10 to one of your rolls? Or is that not yet?
no, I do have that. I just can do it once.
Gotcha.
So I'm gonna hold on to that.
All right.
And that's 4 damage.
Mammoth gets clubbed in the side of its chest for 4 more bludgeoning damage. You hear one of its ribs break from the impact.
Oh,
Stumbles
didn't
for a
miss that.
second, but it looks even more upset.
That's my turn.
Karada.
All right. I'm gonna. What am I gonna do? Well, bonus action. I would like to give Dirk Bardic Inspiration.
Nice.
Oh.
And
What do you say to inspire him?
it might not. It probably won't sound very inspiring, but there's definitely inspiration behind her words. And she's gonna say, "Now you can't just hit that willy nilly, because if you hit da 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 da, you're gonna do this, and then the meat will go all bad. So just keep that in mind."
That's a good point. Well, I could breathe fire on it, but I could just do it once. I don't know if that'd be better.
But I'm going to cast. You know what? I'm gonna cast Thunderwave on it
All right.
at a just at a first level.
All right. It's a con save from it?
Yes, and unfortunately, Dirk will also have to make a con save.
Well, you can move the cube, right?
It's a 15-foot cube originating from you.
Yeah, it's not on top of you. You get to choose a side, so you can choose the whole.
That's
Like, kind of like, so as long
It's
as you're
not a
on one
burst. You
wall
get
of
to-
it.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The way that the spell words it, it means that it's 15 feet around you.
Yeah, that's been clarified later on. You get to choose one of your sides and do that.
That's a 16 on the mammoth's con
Oh,
save.
sorry, I did. Yeah, that succeeds. So it only takes half. damage, if I remember correctly.
I think so. 5 thunder.
Yep, 5 thunder.
Let's add another trumpeting roar. Anything else you would like to do?
Yeah, I'll use my movement to kind of go whoop to here. So I could flank it with Dirk next turn. If
Sure
we get
thing.
next turn, I haven't been keeping track of the rounds.
Roll me a perception check.
I can do that. 13.
As you're slipping around the side of the mammoth, it's weird. Like, you're focused on the mammoth, but you felt something bump into your back as you rounded this corner.
Keep that in mind.
Sirloin.
All right. Well, let's rotisserie this bird. He's gonna pull out a rapier and try to shove it down its throat, put it on a spit. But before he does that, he's going to rage as a bonus action and recklessly attack this bird.
All right. If you'd like to aim for its head specifically, you can do so to give it potentially more cutlets of meat, but it will raise its AC. If you want to aim specifically for its throat, you can.
I'm gonna
That'll
go.
up
I'm
it
gonna
to
try
a
to go.
16 to hit.
Yeah. I'm gonna. Yeah. Fuck it. I'm gonna go for the throat.
All right.
23.
23 is going to hit.
All right. Well,
Roll that damage.
I get sneak attack damage. 7 points of damage.
7.
Nice.
And then I'm going to, since it's already going to have advantage on me, I'm going to take off fuck it running. Ah! And I'm going to run over here to Teddy.
All right. It's going to provoke the attack of opportunity with a 14 to hit
Yeah, 14 hits.
for 3 points of piercing damage, and I need a con save.
Have to 1?
Have to 1. Or have to 2, I think. I think you round up for damage.
Shit.
Sirloin, you start to step away, and it's almost like stepping in something really sticky. Your momentum continues to push you forwards, but your boot is frozen solid, and you can feel that icy creep start to make its way up your legs, restraining you in place.
Well, that's not what I expected.
And now half the party is being frozen solid somehow. With a save of an 11, guys.
What do you mean
An
somehow?
11! 11!
It is what it is.
This game hates me, Ryan. Don't you know this?
There's only 2 birds! After that... Karada. As you freeze for this moment after moving your way into position, you're looking around for whatever it is you might have bumped into, and beside Ruby, you see one of those piles of crabs that she had masterfully just prepared with her spell just vanish from next to her, like it's being scooped up.
Can she shout at Ruby to pay attention
Absolutely.
to the crab? Ruby, your crab is kind of disappearing into thin air. You need that.
Do I see my crab is gone?
And if you turn around after pocketing 1, there's only 2 specimens left.
Lovely. Okay.
As the pygmy mammoth is, let's see, evens is going to be Karada, odds it's going to be Dirk.
Can Dirk taunt it?
With a 19, he is going for Dirk. Dirk, that's going to be a 24 to hit for
that
11
hits.
points of bludgeoning damage.
Oof and doof. All right.
You are pissing this mammoth off noticeably,
Well,
and
yeah,
it
I'm
is
gonna eat
focusing
it.
its rage out on you.
That'd be bad too.
It starts stomping its way. Lebnis.
Okay. I'm gonna get this salt.
All right.
So,
Real
so is-
quick.
yes.
You were able to swing into it last round, like to break it up, right? Or was that just a flavor swinging?
It was more of a flavor swing, like
Okay.
because I used magic mage hand to try to pick it up, and that didn't work.
Okay. All right. Then you are welcome to attempt to harvest it this round.
Okay. So, what would be the best way to do that? Like I'm using my little mace to bust it up, so it's easier to grab.
You're welcome to roll a sleight of hand to try and like fracture it free, an athletics to try and break it away, or an arcana to use your mage hand to use the mace to smash it away.
Okay, I'll use Arcana. That's
All right.
got a +3 there.
Need
Okay,
a 10.
brand new dice. Let's see what I can do here. First roll, come on. That's going to be a 17 total.
That's very good. Roll me a d6.
D6. Absolutely. 5.
You are going to harvest 5 samples of salt with a taste score +5.
Sweet. Just add that to my 5 samples of
Stalagmites.
+5 taste salt. Awesome. Okay. Now that I've got the salt, and I've been very concentrating on getting the salt, I'm going to turn around and see what the hell's going on behind me, because it's making a lot of noise.
All right.
This reminds me of a time. Oh, fuck.
I'm not
Roll
a
me-
bison from the frozen north.
Roll me a perception or arcana check.
Okay. That's another 17 on the Arcana.
All right. You can see across the way, these guys seem to be affected by some sort of petrifying ice on the other way. Like, it's not life-threatening, and like the worst cases you've heard of this lasting is no more than 24 hours, but for the sake of a competition, that is very, very bad. You might be able to heal them out with some minor heals or the like to get them out of this, or just breaking the ice away from their persons. As you turn around and stop focusing on that kind of chanting sound, you also notice down on that pool below where that axe beak is fluttering down and landing, beneath that layer of ice, you can see almost swirling in the water clusters of wizard's ice. Arcane sort of flavor enhancer, if you will.
MSG?
Some sort of special ingredient that has been specifically hidden here by whatever competition put this together.
Yes.
It has the potential to double the quantity of any one ingredient put into a dish.
Okay. In that case,
However, there's also a flash of movement like a large shelled pincer that you can see swirl through that wizard's ice no more than once. Like a much larger ice crab is also beneath the surface.
okay, but I can still hear that chanting, right?
Yeah. Somewhere back on the other side of the room.
All right, I'm going to have to go look at this chanting. Like, something weird is going on.
All
And we
right.
were warned about people trying to be like, messing with the teams. So, I guess I'm going to move this way. And you said I heard it coming from like back over here.
Yeah, I'll say moving to there is able to get you just far enough that you can start to see a smaller kind of human-like figure, though their growth is a little bit more stunted. What looks to be a goblin wearing some like woolly mammoth furs. Looks to be in the midst of facing the other way down that hallway and chanting something to whatever he sees in there. He doesn't seem to be paying you much mind. However, across his person, you can see the smatterings of what look to be kind of spices, clusters of herbs tied around some of his belts and the like, and all manner of knives and cutlery adorning his person. Component pouches, some of them still freshly dripping.
Okay. And I'm going to continue to move up. You there. What are you doing?
Oh, we are just harvesting for the competition. What are you doing?
What team are you on?
Oh, we are with Goblin Boss. We are Goblin Boss's team. You make offering for Goblin Boss. We make trade, yes.
Trade? What kind of trade?
What have you to offer?
What have you to offer?
Special ingredients.
I have special salt.
You see his eyes just kind of like glisten a little bit. Like that means something to him.
And
that,
yeah, well, go ahead. I'll
just going to cut to the next character if you got anything else.
No, I'm just planning on using my persuasion to help out with this here in a minute.
All right. Jochiro, things are getting cold.
Things are getting cold.
Legs frozen. One arm frozen. Teddy's legs frozen. Sirloin's legs frozen. What would you like to do?
These all sound like problems. So
considering we're entering like the halfway point for the ingredient collection,
you know what,
I think
Ryan?
we've got 2 ingredients.
You know what, Ryan?
We got salt and crab.
Hey. I'm not even going to be around to be able to cook anything here in a second. So, knowledge nature check. Does killing the bird actually stop what's going on?
Roll me a nature check.
Oh, 18.
You really, really hope so.
Oh, you really hope so. All right, blade number 1, 12.
12's gonna hit
For 6 points of psychic damage.
6 psychic damage.
Come on, you stupid bird. 7.
7 goes right over its head.
Does the help action that I have received, can I use it for my saving throw?
To break free from the ice, yes.
Oh,
because
okay.
that specifically is what Teddy was helping with.
Wait.
Cool.
Don't you have Bardic Inspiration?
You have a D6 as well.
I feel like I should save that for my saving throw, so I'm going to.
Yeah. No, pump the save.
So roll me a con save. A very important con save. At advantage.
There it is.
For the assistance. As Jochiro
Okay,
breaks
17.
free from the ice that was restraining them, and you are no longer hampered by the ice.
Well, okay. How many turns do we have left?
3 more. For
Okay,
you.
that's enough.
4 more for everyone after you.
That's decent. Okay. Now that Joichiro is free from the ice, can I at least make a perception check to see, okay, 3 turns, mushrooms, maybe the axe beak. What else could I possibly get?
Roll me a perception check. Or investigation, if that's better for you.
They're exactly the same, but I am going
All
to
right.
boost this with my psychic die because it is a skill check. So 13 to... I also am bardically inspired, because why not? 14 total.
So you can just start thinking about some of the more basic dishes you might be able to prepare with lesser ingredients, like something like a seared mushroom steak, with what you find around near you. Maybe if you were going to harvest some of that mammoth's milk, you could throw together some mammoth mozzarella sticks or the like. If you were to drop one of these birds, maybe you could flash sear one of these axebeak fishers. If Ruby's got enough crabs gathered, you guys might be able to throw together some crab cakes. And if they take down the mammoth, maybe even a mammoth tartare.
Is there any axebeak eggs anywhere?
There do look to be. With that was a 10 for your perception?
14 total.
14. Yes, you do see one of the axebeak's nests is located nearby the mushrooms, which is
Perfect.
probably why he was
That's what
getting a
we're
little bit
looking for.
hostile.
That's what we're looking for. All right, cool. Next turn. All right, that's it. That's my turn.
All right.
Joichiro's gonna say, Teddy, I'm gonna go get the mushrooms and some eggs, and then I'll come back for you.
I'm not abandoning you at all. Teddy, what would you like to do? Hearing this,
I'm going to kill the bird.
which
I'm
one?
going to kill that bird. This bird.
Oh,
All
but I'm
right.
doing such a good job of preserving the meat.
It's
Okay,
piercing
wait, in
damage,
order-
right?
What about
Yeah,
a blunderbuss?
What kind of weapon are you using?
Longbow.
Yeah, piercing's good. That's what I just did.
Okay.
All right, it's going to die.
Are you aiming for the head?
Yes.
All right.
I'm
Then a
aiming for
19 is going to hit.
Oh!
6.
As this shot fires true, it is not only going to yield additional 4 Fisher cutlets from this thing for being
Teddy,
killed
let's
with piercing
go!
damage, but because you shot it in the head, it's going to increase its taste score by +5. So whoever harvests this axebeak, that means is going to have a +5 to it. Teddy,
Am I?
Yeah.
as your arrow drops through the face of this axebeak, it hits the ice surface out of your line of sight. And as this happens, you can feel that ice sickle slowly creeping up your legs just shatter and break away. For a moment, your legs are still very numb, and you think you might have just lost them the same way you lost the moose. And it takes you a few seconds to realize, like, oh, you're free from the spell. You are no longer
Hey,
hampered by the ice.
nice shot, Teddy.
Of course. What is the terrain down here? What is it like?
Frozen surface of a cave lake. There
Okay,
look to be
I
some white icy swirls moving just beneath the surface.
I would like to risk my life to go right next to the axebeak so I can
Sure
harvest
thing.
it.
Dropping down onto the water, or
Yes.
onto the ice.
Yes.
Making your way up.
Yes.
And because you spent your turn killing this thing, you're able to harvest it. Go ahead and add an axebeak fisher, 4 cutlets, +5.
All right, that's my president.
Wait, hold on. Wait, what was it?
4
Axebeak.
axebeak fisher cutlets, +5.
Is somebody keeping a running list of what we've got?
Nope.
Keep track of your own individual collections, and then next phase we'll throw them all together.
Okay.
Anything else you would like to do, Teddy?
I don't have a bonus action. Wait, I do have some spells that will not help us. I end my turn. Wait, can I trade out one of my spells and just do Hunter's Mark?
Sure.
Okay, I would like to cast Hunter's Mark on
Would
the
you like to
pygmy
cast it on?
mammoth.
Oh, the mammoth.
Yes.
How rude.
Let me just
Didn't
get
get
rid
enough
of.
shots in the first time. All right.
Oh shit! No.
She fog
yes,
pods
that's
the
right.
mammoth. All right, Hunter's Mark. What does the Hunter's Mark look like as Teddy Roosevelt casts it?
trying to think. I don't know. A piece of like a bill just unfurls right next to it, I guess. It's just a piece of legislation that has Hunter's Mark HB 151 Hunter's Mark.
It's got the Hunter's Mark rider attached at the very last paragraph.
Yes.
Perfect. With that, we flash over to Ruby.
Okay, so I noticed my crab is missing. What the fuck? What do I do? I would like to step here first, and it's a interactive object, right? So I can
Yeah, you can scoop one of them up on your turn, no problem, for free. Scoop up more might take action.
I'd like to scoop that one up for sure.
Lefty?
Yep.
Add one more ice crab.
And
Plus 5.
then I would like to step. Can I step on top of the crab, like, for a moment, or no? Because it's
If
dead.
you want to step on top of your food ingredients.
No, like, like
absolutely.
hover over it in a protective stance. If not, that's fine. I'll work with it.
You can move into a protective stance for sure.
Okay, I'm going to move to here, and then I'm going to face the mammoth in this direction, and I'm going to cast Burning Hands and hope that whatever tried to steal my fucking crab gets burnt.
All right.
That didn't roll a thing. It's supposed to roll a thing. Okay, they need to do a deck save. If there's anyone there.
Let me see. What does it look like as this cone of flames shoots out?
It looks like silence.
You might be muted.
I'm not clicking my button. I have such a right now, guys.
Like,
Okay.
I can hear you in the other room, but I don't hear you on Discord.
It's so good. So she's gonna whip around all sneaky, like acting like, like 007. She's gonna put her thumbs together, push him out towards the direction she thinks this person is, and all of a sudden you notice like the flame on top of her head, she just goes completely bald as it channels into her fingertips, and she just shoves it out of her hands into this massive cone.
As these flames start to dissipate, you can make out the burning embers of a red apron being patted out by somebody that is now standing in that space right there.
Ah! Get your own crab, you thief!
I just did. Thank you very much. And I think I'll be taking that one next.
Oh, fuck you. I'm gonna murder this guy. Can we kill people in this competition? Is that illegal?
Go for it. Anything else you'd like to do, Ruby?
More ingredients.
Special ingredients.
Better pizza.
That's all I can.
Papa Rubies.
All right.
That's all I got.
The axe-beaked snowfisher steps up behind Sirloin and is going to peck at him from behind. Since you are restrained, he's going to have advantage with this.
Seems a little peckish, but go on.
Rolling a natural 20 on Sirloin.
Actually, sorry, I have to actually you here.
What you got?
I have a special ability that if I can see, let me make sure I get it right here.
Can you see me?
70 feet?
Where is it? Here it is. When a creature you can see within 60 feet of you.
Oh.
So, a little too far.
70 feet away.
Sorry.
So I'm restrained. I can't dodge like a fucking inflatable man at a car wash.
In fact, being restrained makes it easier for him to hit you.
Well, he had advantage anyway because I reckless. Yeah, 20 hits.
going to be 7 points of piercing damage to you, Sirloin.
3 points of piercing damage.
What were you worried about?
Being petrified again.
And it is going to flutter to the side, provoking an attack of opportunity from you.
Yes.
Going for
now,
the head?
I got to remember, Reckless does not carry to opportunity attacks, right?
I think it's just on your turn.
Just on our turn, yeah. Yeah, you know.
I will double check that though in case
Go
I'm
for
wrong.
the head. I don't know. It's weird. Nope. On your turn, you can decide to attack recklessly until your next turn. I still have
Until your next turn, you still have advantage.
Get rapiered.
So what are you attacking?
I'm
Cockatrice or the axe beak?
Axe beak. Yeah, right in the eyeball.
Yeah. Going for the head specifically?
Yeah, why not?
All right. Can be a 16 to hit. 22 just does it.
Woo.
Roll that damage.
All right, and I get sneak attack
For the advantage.
7.
7 damage to the axe beak. You slice into it as it's fleeing. You knock one of its eyes out and cause it to just kind of stumble back into the wall.
Oh, shit. Hold on. That's with strength. It's an extra 2 points of damage.
Is the rapier a strength?
I'm using strength on the finesse weapon.
Then you don't get the sneak attack, though.
It doesn't say I have to
Sneak
use
attack.
dex, right?
Doesn't it?
Where are my rogues at?
Where's my rogue barbarians at?
Wait, what?
I can attack with a finesse weapon, but finesse means I can use dex or strength.
That's 2 more damage on it?
For this round. I forgot it in the last round, so 2.
I'll go 4 more damage on it. Axe beak is still up. Anything else you would like to do?
It's his turn.
That's why I'm asking you.
Oh. No,
Dirk.
Oh, you know what? I'm gonna give a Gordon Ramsay one-liner. Here we go. Why did the chicken cross the road? Because you didn't fucking cook it.
Dirk, Pygmy Mammoth, all up in your business. You feel bardically inspired. What would you like to do?
How rough is he looking?
Almost bloodied.
Okay. I would like to take some attacks. Yeah. So
16 hits.
and then a 10 on the first, and then bonus action attack again.
Nice. $12 is going to hit. For 6 more bludgeoning damage.
And
as you feel the bones breaking with each impact as you slam into the Pygmy Mammoth again and again. It is looking rough, but just holding on.
All right. And can I also maybe make a perception check to look at the plants he was feeding on? Because, really good livestock that's being bred for high competition would eat like the best plant. So maybe there's some ingredients in those greens.
Sure. Roll me a nature check. Or a medicine check if that's better for you. It looks as though there are some minty leaves that it was feasting about, but a good majority of the herbs here have been slowly whittled away over the months that this Pygmy Mammoth has been kept here for the harvest.
Any plants I could use their root systems?
You might be able to harvest some of the sprigs from one of those bushes because the mammoth did trample straight through a large plot of those on its way into Karada the first time.
Okay.
And they have been subsequently just finely diced by this cloud of daggers ever since.
That just means the prep's done.
Right? They're ready to get scooped up. Just got to get over there.
All right, that's my turn.
Karada.
Excuse me. All right. Karada, she's gonna move down to here and slash at this guy with her dagger because I didn't choose her weapons well.
16's gonna hit.
16 for 3 piercing damage.
3 piercing. It's looking very rough.
And think hold on, I'm looking at something. I think that's it.
All right. Sirloin.
All righty. Sirloin would like to try to break the ice at his feet and get the fuck out of here.
All right. Athletics check at advantage because you're raging to
Woo-hoo.
break loose from the ice for your action.
Yeah, 25.
25. You start to stomp your way free of the ice.
And I'm going to go help my boy, Teddy. So he leans forward, flexes his legs, and like a bull, he starts charging, and he's going to jump off this fucking platform and start running towards Teddy.
All right.
Using my object interaction to sheathe. Well, I guess I can't do that. Grab up some of this MSG.
Under the ice?
Oh, no. Actually, scratch all of that. I'm going to stand next to the elk. Sorry, the deer. Moose that died. I'm going to stay right there.
Up top or on the ice?
Did it fall like partway through?
The moose died up top.
Oh,
like right where you were standing.
Do something cool. All right.
Can we use the moose as an ingredient now?
That's what I was thinking.
There are pieces of moose down here. Fur and all.
Sorry. Yeah. I'll just do the run. I'll run to Teddy, and that'll be
all right. All right. After Sirloin, the chanting that you've been hearing, Lebnis, kind of comes to a stop as the goblin that you spotted looks over and continues in that language that you don't speak. And you hear a few echoes, more chitterings in the same kinds of voices. As one guy, followed by almost Scooby-Doo style, one pokes their head around the corner, and then another above that, another below that, another above that, and that one has a chef's hat on his head. And as they all peer around this corner, the goblins are all looking at you after you say the word that you have trade to make with your own special ingredients. The ones with the chef's hat holds out what look to be some gilded dates. And he says, "You have special salt. That would be perfect for us. If you have any dishes with eggs or milk, this will make it most delicious. Or if you have meat dishes, we have Grick garlic. What have you to trade? Mayhaps we will share our mammoth butter." And that'll be the goblins' turns. As some of them start to slowly draw out chef's knives and starts finally chopping up the vegetables that they've got around their persons. Only the one seems to be paying any particular attention to you, the one with the chef's hat that looks to be more keenly focused on trading ingredients than anything else at this point. As the pygmy mammoth rears up on its hind legs and with a trumpeting roar, goes to gore Dirk. Slamming down on his front legs with a 9 to hit, Dirk is able to go toe-to-toe, holding his own, to no effect. This pygmy mammoth is going down. As Sirloin, you make it up behind Teddy. You're able to get close enough just to touch him even. And you see the sight of that expertly shot axe beak lying right there in front of him. And before you have a second to scoop down and collect any sort of ingredients, there's a large rippling crack from beneath your feet as the ice starts to split and open up. And a large crab claw reaches up and goes to pinch at you.
Oh, that's a big ice crab.
I'm gonna saute you with butter and lemon. Oh, sorry. What did you roll to hit?
It's going to be a 16 to hit Sirloin.
Yep. Hit Sirloin.
It's going to be... That is going to be 9 points of piercing damage, half to 5. As the second attack with her claw, with her bite rather, for a 14 to hit.
Oh yeah, yep.
For 8 points of piercing damage, half to 4. And I need... as Sirloin is almost thrown off of his footing by this large mother ice crab bursting out from the ice beneath him, as these swirls of arcane wizard's ice start to flow out from the pool of water that this crab is now lifting itself out from. As it bites into and then clamps its claw around Sirloin, it lifts Sirloin up into the air and just slams him down into the ice a couple of times, just repeating this grapple on the party's rogue Barian. That is going to be his turn. Her turn. Lebnis.
Lebnis reaches into his pouch and pulls out one of the small jars of honey that he brought with him. And he also takes some of the salt and says, I think we have something that will help each other. And he's going to make a persuasion roll to try to get a good deal on this.
All right. Roll me a charisma check. Persuasion.
You're keeping some of the salt, right?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay, good.
I got 5 samples. I'm going to trade, hopefully, just like 1, maybe 2 of them.
Don't worry. I'm going to
That
get
was
MSG.
19.
19 is really good. You see he starts sniffing at the air, starts to scamper his way forward, almost crawling on all fours the way Gollum scampers his way forward. As the goblin with the chef's hat reaches his hand out, extending one of these dates up to you as he scoops some of the salt out of your fingers. He just starts licking it a little bit, and you see he just makes... His face definitely has a reaction to the bitterness of this salt. Before he extends out a small little cluster of grick garlic that he also then plants into your hands, as he gives you gilded dates and grick garlic to add to your
Excellent.
special ingredients. Anything else you would like to do? Gilded dates.
Garlic. Okay. So I assume that's basically my action and everything. But I will, sort of like nod at him, one chef to another, and head back. And we'll just prepare myself for to try to take out this big crab. So actually, I'll go ahead and dash to get a better view up here.
All right.
I'm still concentrating on my expeditious retreat.
So you can see that down below, the wizard's ice is being disturbed as the ice is getting broken up by that same figure you saw stirring beneath the layer of ice that is now gripping tightly to Sirloin and just slamming him up against the ice repeatedly.
I'm sure he can take care of himself. Would this wizard's ice stuff be something I could gather with a mage hand? Would I know that?
Potentially, with a successful... I would say a successful sleight of hands check.
Okay.
I'm also open to Arcana if that's better.
Yeah, Arcana is definitely better for me.
Let's do that.
Sweet. But I'll obviously be next turn.
All right. Joshiro.
All right. Joichiro has a plan, and it is to.
Got 18 seconds left of this challenge.
That's great. Going to rush over here and collect mushrooms and eggs.
All right. Eggs, you're able to scoop up walking over them because you spotted them in a previous round. The mushrooms, I will need a strength check to pull them free. Some bits of them look to be frozen across the cave floor.
Is there any way I could use a psychic knife to cut them free? Because my strength is shit.
I'd say on a 15 up with your attack roll.
That's better than my strength roll.
So risking destroying the ingredient to potentially harvest it.
Unless Joichiro looks around. Is there any other better ingredients laying around?
I mean, there's a snowfisher, there's the wizard's ice, there's the mammoth, there's crabs, there's goblin voices ringing out from somewhere. There's a person that wasn't there a second ago that Ruby's talking to.
How many eggs did I get?
Roll me a D3. Two eggs. Sorry, one egg.
One.
Looks like you're rolling my d6 tonight.
The magic water is down here by the ice crab.
The water is flowing out from the ice beneath where the ice crab opened a hole. You got 3 rounds to collect what you're collecting and get out of here.
Okay, Joichiro's just doing some quick math here. All right, we're gonna go.
You don't
for
want to
the
be grappled in that last round.
Going for the
That's
cave
good to know.
mushrooms.
All right. Roll me 2d6.
I'll take it. I'm like, it's so close. 6.
So you harvest 3 mushrooms.
Nice.
Does anybody remember how many dishes we're supposed to make?
3 dishes.
3 dishes. Okay, I got that right.
So, store the mushrooms, store the egg, and then, let's see. I only moved 15 feet. So I'll move back that 15 and then use my bonus action to dash over here in front of this axe beak, and Joichi's going to say, "Nice birdie." And just try to see, is it on its nest right there?
It is indeed.
Okay.
It fled sirloin to protect its young.
That's fine. That's all I think it's my action for the mushrooms. Used my bonus action, used my movement. That is my turn.
And bully. Teddy Roosevelt, there's a giant ice crab that just burst free from the water behind you and is grappling hold of your friend. Would you like to harvest that axe beak that you expertly sniped out from the sky, or risk the ice crab devouring it?
Rachel!
I'm muted.
It's okay. From what I understand, Roosevelt speaks Goblin.
Nope.
And
wait. Is she one of the red aprons?
Working now? Is it working now?
Yes.
Yes?
Oh my god, what happened? Okay, have to admit, drank a little bit of tequila, So, you know.
Tequila.
Tequila.
Tequila. Tequila.
I'm planning on drinking like 6 more beers. Okay. So.
Oh.
Yes. I'm kidding. So I'm very sorry, but Sirloin, I already
Hello.
got some of the axe speak, and you seem like you know what you're doing right now, so I'm going to try to kill the mammoth. Fuck.
There's also a giant ass crab that just popped up right next to you.
I know, but I want to kill the mammoth.
I love that Teddy
Right, Mr.
has
Hunter.
like aggroed the mammoth and ran away, aggroed the crab and ran away.
I never aggro the crab. I don't think I did.
did.
I don't
You did.
remember. Oh, I did.
Aggro the crab. Sounds like a prog rock band.
It sounds like a hunter in World of Warcraft who fucking range poles and then ruins the whole raid.
Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to punch the crab.
Do what you want to do. Don't.
I'm kidding. I'm going to stab the crab.
Stab away.
I'm going to stab it. 13.
Stab it!
13 stabs into the crab, and your dagger just almost snaps upon the impact.
God.
You chip the tip of the blade off of its tougher shell.
Oh, God, I just want to kill something other than a bird. Shit, I don't know what to do.
Got one up on me. I ain't killed shit.
I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on this
Already
crab.
got it. All right.
Can I move the Hunter's Mark?
You can't
my
move it
God.
until the mammoth is dead, but if you want to drop it on the mammoth, you can spend another spell slot to put it on the crab.
Keep it on the man. It's gonna die.
I'll drop it and then cast another Hunter's Mark on the crab.
All right.
Crab people.
Every attack you do on Mother Crab will do an extra d6 of damage.
God damn it, why didn't I do that first? God damn it. Okay,
Crab
I'm up.
people.
All right.
Crab people.
Ruby, you watch as Chef Zendrick rolls in front of you and goes for your crab, provoking an attack of opportunity if you'd like to take it.
Come on, Mando.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry. No, bitch. You don't
Sorry.
get the crab. Can I stop her from taking my crab again?
If you want to try, absolutely.
Try.
What do you do?
I don't have a reaction. I have an opportunity attack. Can I just punch her?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Swing away.
Wow. I don't have anything. What? Hold on. For some reason, I did not attach my weapons. I know I said punch, but I want to stab. Why is everything so difficult? Okay. 19.
That's going to hit. You watch as Chef Z goes for the crab, scoops up a handful of it, and you just like slice into that reaching arm, causing him to drop the ingredients back where they lie. And he looks at you with just a look of hatred in his eyes.
Did I stutter? I said, get your own crab.
I said I was going to take this one. Did you not hear me? He's going to draw out a small little chef's knife of his own, a tiny little paring knife, and he's going to try and stick you with that. Going for 2 slices. With a dirty 20 and a natural 17.
Wow. That's good.
Ryan wants to kill our one-shot characters.
Going to be 6 points of piercing damage on the first, and 5 points of piercing damage on the second. With that, Ruby is up.
Compared to the 3 I did. Oh. Okay, so I am going to scoop up this crab. Rightfully so. It is mine.
Would you like to provoke an attack of opportunity from this guy?
First,
Because he'll attempt to do the same thing you did.
I am going to cast suggestion on this guy, and I am going to tell them to drop what they've collected from the cave and walk away.
All right.
Hopefully they're not wise.
Wanting him to drop or walk away. 'Cause it's a phrase,
Drop
right?
what he's collected from the cave. I can do 2 sentences.
All right. 2 sentences? All right.
I can suggest a course of activity limited to a sentence or 2. So drop what he collected from the cave and walk away. That is his course of activity I am suggesting.
All right. It's wisdom save.
Wisdom save.
It's a 12.
Now
Just
it's a
meets it.
12!
Oh no!
No! Fuck!
No thanks. This floor is not very sterile. It's cleaned, but not germ-free.
Well, then I'm going to snatch the fucking crab.
All right. Snatching the crab, and he's going to take a slice at you for 13 to hit
That hits!
for 8 points of piercing damage.
Cool!
We're gonna fucking die on this hill.
I will die for these crab.
Anything else you would like to do?
That's all I can do. Wait. Bonus. No, I did. Did I do the bonus? I did a spell. Never mind.
You cast suggestion. I don't
Bonus
think you used a
in
bonus
object. You have a
action.
bonus. Yeah.
Can I cast Healing Word on myself? I already cast a spell. You can't.
Cast suggestion so you can cast a cantrip.
Yeah. Now I'm good.
You can bardic
Alright.
someone.
I can't. I don't have any more.
You only got one?
I have 2.
You get 2.
That's good. I thought it was equal to your charisma.
No,
Axe Beak by
gave it to-
Jotaro is going to
Be cool, baby. Be cool.
fly right past him and attempt to startle him. Provoking an attack of opportunity if you'd like to take it.
I would not.
All right. So it flies that way and is going to keep on going.
Yeah, freeze someone else for
Far
once.
side of the room. Dirk!
I'm here. How does my woolly bully look?
Like it's on its last legs.
Dirk is going to reach down into his pocket of his grill apron. And as he reaches down, his arm passes by the words "World's #1 Dad." As he pulls out a beer, cracks it open, and slams it right there without taking a breath.
Free
And
action.
he makes a fist and hits his chest a couple times. Like, oh, this is easier when I was. And then halfway through, he's going to belch. And as he burps, he's going to use his breath weapon.
All right.
And it is a DC 12 dex save.
C12 dex save.
And I want to shoot it like this way.
Well, he rolled a 3, -1 for 2 total.
All right,
Don't think
Nice.
that's going to succeed.
all right, 2d6 fire damage coming his way.
As the barbecue pit fiend begins the slow roast of this pygmy mammoth. What does it look like?
Just pretty much kind of comical. Like I breathe fire, and there's a couple of embers, and it looks at me, and nothing happens. And all of a sudden, it just kind of like spontaneously combusts, just as, poof, as like the flame go out immediately, and it's just kind of a crisp little pygmy mammoth.
So because you killed the mammoth with fire damage, it's going to be a pygmy mammoth +5.
I
to
don't know
its
if that
taste
means,
score.
but I'm happy.
The judges will know what it means. You don't have to.
And then I do have a bonus action spell. I just gotta remember what it is. Oh. That would have been helpful earlier, but wait, I got another one. I'm going to make my Warhammer, which looks strangely like a grill spatula, a magic weapon as I cast magic weapon.
Or are you dropping it?
No, he's just giving a +1 to his
Yeah,
special.
Spiritual one. Okay. All right. Karada.
Okay.
Pygmy Mammoth has
So-
been downed. And then that guy that became invisible by Ruby started taking turns stabbing each other back and forth. A giant crab burst out from the ice and grabbed hold of Sirloin.
Is Joichiro still freezing?
No, he escaped from the freezing.
Okay.
Sirloin
these
is
right-
An
grabbed by
axe
a
beak
crab.
did just fly across the whole of the cavern. And there's a couple of goblins that you might be able to see now that you're turned away from the mammoth, just like watching from the far corner. One of them has a chef's hat.
Are these like drops off of these shelves or no?
Like steps down, kind of.
Steps. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and give Ruby a hand.
All right.
This guy's like actively attacking her.
Sabotaging. Yep.
All right, cool. I'm gonna swing. Found out I do have something other than dagger. I just didn't equip it. My rapier at it. 19
Go for crit. Come on.
Nice. That's going to hit.
for 9 piercing.
9 piercing.
You should see if you crit, just in case.
See if I crit.
You're flanking.
Oh, that's right. I'm flanking.
Just in case. I mean, who knows? It might happen.
Just in case. Yeah, just in case. It
Nope.
didn't. It was still a
It's meant to
19.
be.
19.
And then I'm gonna bonus action. I will bardically inspire Sirloin.
Ooh.
And she'll shout over to him. You know, Sirloin, you can't just let these crabs, stick it to you. You gotta stick it to them.
So many bards.
There's just 2. Isn't there?
So much inspiration.
No, I think Ruby, you, and Teddy. Teddy's a bard, right?
Teddy's a bard. No, Teddy's a ranger.
Oh, ranger.
He's just inspiring.
He's very inspiring.
All that time he's put on San Juan Hill.
That rapier's going to hit.
Oh yeah, I already rolled the damage. I was doing 2 because I had advantage, but 19 was meant to be.
Doing anything with your bonus action?
Bardically inspired.
Oh, yeah. My bad. Sirloin.
Well, I feel inspired to bring down the hammer on this crab. And I'm going to pull out my maul and recklessly attack this giant crab.
All right. Sirloin, roll me a perception check first.
Certainly. 9.
All right. Swing away.
Get out of my kitchen!
As you take turns slamming into its shell as it takes turns slamming you into the ice.
That's what
23 is going to hit.
14 points of bludgeoning damage.
14 bludgeoning.
No.
I'm grappled. My speed is 0. I don't think I can. Oh, no. It's more than one size larger than me. I can't do anything. That's it. Oh, sorry. Oh, it's actually 16. That's not including my rage damage. 16 points of damage.
16.
That's it for me.
All right. Goblins are going to make their way back to their own campfire and excitedly start chittering about the stalagmite ice that they have acquired. That is them. Pygmy Mammoth is dead. Ice Crab is going to lift up this little man that started cracking into its shell. He's going to hold you out in front of it like holding you between it and Teddy, and you watch as its small mouth just sort of slowly lifts up from the ground as it takes a perch around the perimeter of this hole it's burst from in the ice. And as it does so, it's almost like an iceberg as more of this thing emerges from the water than you were anticipating. And as it reveals its open maw, this horrendous screech screams out. And I need Teddy and Sirloin to both roll me a con saving throw as this frigid cold air sears out into the space betwixt you two.
17.
That's going to be half damage.
That's a 2.
That's going to be full damage.
I really believe in myself, honestly, like a lot.
Lucas, was yours at disadvantage for being grappled and restrained?
What kind of save did you say it was?
Con save. Never mind. That doesn't matter.
No,
for
then, Ryan.
That'll be 19 points of cold damage to Teddy Roosevelt and 9 points of cold damage to Sirloin.
Oh my god.
Hold on. I'm sorry. It was 19 on the dot?
19 on the dot. 3d8 cold damage.
Could it be 8? Please.
Could it be 8?
18?
Not. Oh, maybe if you rolled successfully.
Maybe, because I have 0 HP. 18 and 19.
Teddy drops in front of this mother
Teddy,
ice crab with Sirloin almost freezing into its claw.
I know. I know that the newspapers say that Teddy Roosevelt died in his sleep. In reality, it was a giant crab.
It is known. As the giant ice crab starts to lower itself back into the surface of the water, maintaining its perch right there, ready to escape down below if it needs to, but hungrily looking at Teddy and Sirloin as it begins to salivate.
Is Teddy just bleeding out, or is Teddy dead?
Teddy's bleeding out.
Bleeding out. Got it. Okay.
I'm still grappled, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Because you didn't break free on your turn, right?
Nope.
Okay, then yes.
So, is there some sort of check I can make about what sort of damage these creatures might be vulnerable to?
Absolutely. Like a nature or even arcana check. Or a perception check in this particular instance.
I'll go with arcana. It's kind of my best option here. That's a 4 total.
This looks like a very big, scary crab.
Got it.
It's probably immune to the cold, judging from the fact that it was just like hibernating inside of that wizard's ice beneath the surface.
Okay, I know just what to do with scary, creepy crabs. You chromatic orb them with thunder damage.
Hey.
So, here comes a chromatic orb. +5 for 3d8 thunder damage. Come on, hit. Okay, not bad. It's a 14.
Nice.
Is 14 going to hit?
Sorry, 14 is just going to miss.
Oh. Okay, well, this
Does
chromatic
he have high ground advantage, Ryan?
It seems to almost refract off of the crystals across the back of this ice crab shell.
Okay. I don't think I can really do anything else. I'll keep moving up this way, though, to try to get a better angle on things.
All right. Lebnis repositions. Joe Chiro.
Right. Eggs are right here.
12 seconds to go. Eggs are right there.
All right. Joichiro is going to scoop up as many eggs as are there.
All right. Roll me a D3.
All right, 2. We got
2
3
more
total.
eggs.
3 eggs total is not bad. All right. So is it an action to grab the eggs?
No. Because you spotted them previously, no.
Okay, so Joichiro actually turns around and looks at what's happening now. Is the ice crab anywhere close to being defeated?
I think it's been hit once.
I got it
Okay.
once. A good
That's
one.
a
A
no.
good whack.
Roll me a perception check, Joichiro.
I don't know if he cares. Hold on, I'm not done. Okay, and then these 2 are fighting. These 3 are fighting each other.
Yep.
Okay, and then Dirk is over here harvesting mammoth.
Yep.
There's a lot of shit happening right now.
You got
Okay,
12 seconds to escape from this cave.
Do we have to
So we
run
have to
out
leave
with
the
our...
cave?
Have to be
Two?
out of the cave with the ingredients you're using.
Well, shit.
Fuck!
We
We have to
gotta
be
go,
out of the
dude.
cave?
Only with the ingredients you want to keep.
Ugh.
'Cause that's how a lot of these secret ingredient cooking shows work. They're like, here's the cabinet. You got a ridiculously short amount of time. Go.
Alright.
I can do it. I don't have enough movement.
How
Can't
far
do it.
down is this ice crab from right here?
Like a 5-foot drop, 10-foot maybe.
Alright, I want to do something fun. Can Joichiro, like, slide on the ice right there and actually just pick up the live crab and take it with him?
Absolutely.
I want to try to do that.
So give me a sleight of hands check.
Yes, I will do that. Yes. 15.
Hey,
I'm
You're
gonna add
able
a
to
psychic
slide
die.
down.
No, I'm gonna save my psychic die for the cooking part.
You avoid Goomba stomping it down below, but you scoop it up with your feet, kick it up into your hands, and are holding a now live ice crab.
Joichiro says, "Hey, you're coming with me, little buddy." And then, I'm gonna make a perception check against this guy. Does he look rough?
I think he's been hit once.
Can I use my bonus action psychic blade to just throw a little psychic knife his way with my bonus action?
Sure.
Yeah, I want to do that. 13.
Just dashes off the front of his red apron.
All right.
Harmlessly.
Well, I'll take my last 5 feet of movement, and that'll be my turn.
All right.
I'm
Teddy,
taking my ice crab with me.
can I get a death save from Mr. Roosevelt?
I mean, I suppose.
Advantage
yes,
for the president?
that is true.
Oh, can I shout something really quick since Teddy's just bleeding out? Joichiro wants to shout at Dirk. Hey, Dirk, grab some of its milk.
Is it a female pygmy?
14.
If it has it.
14 is their first success.
Yay!
if it doesn't, we're getting some tundra oysters.
Hey!
Ruby.
I have a
Yeah.
special ingredient.
14. I did it. Okay.
Fuck.
President
Teddy's-
leaves for another round.
Still breathing. Ruby.
Okay, I don't know who got the third crab or that one that was. Did they
You
get
picked
it?
up the one to the south.
Joichiro has this one in his hand.
No, I know, but there was 4 of them. So who got the one?
You got one, he got one, you got one, you got one.
You have
So I
3
have
of the
two.
4.
Should have 3.
Okay, cool. So then I want to do a few things here. Let's see how well this plays out. First off, I'm going to cast a bonus action healing word onto Teddy to try and get him to get his ass up. We have things to do.
Yes.
And then I would like to use my action to disengage. And I would like to use my movement to you said these are 5 foot steps, right?
Yes.
So it's 15, 20, 25. Stay here. That's my movement. And my action, my bonus action. Let's go.
All right.
Woo. Fuck.
That. Dirk.
That's me. Have I harvested?
I don't think you've taken an action to harvest yet.
All right, we're gonna take an action to harvest the mammoth. I want to get the soft tender meats.
What
And
skill is he trying to use to harvest the meat from this pygmy mammoth?
Medicine.
All right.
And
Roll me a medicine check.
I'm looking for soft meats. I also want to pull out the liver, and if it's male or female, I'd like to get some milk or some oysters.
Are you focusing? You have 6 seconds
Choose
right
one.
now.
One organ.
What would you like to harvest from this mammoth in 6 seconds? You have another 6 seconds next round if you have enough time to also escape.
Let's go for the meat.
All right. Mammoth steaks.
Can I add my inspiration to that?
I think it's a D6.
Come on.
Why are we
You're
so
able
bad
to
on our
successfully
inspiration?
harvest
Yeah, D6.
3 mammoth steaks from this pygmy mammoth with meat well enough to still be used for a competition level for a chance at a Michelin star. You get 3 perfect cuts from this mammoth.
Nice.
Anything else you would like to do? Bonus action movement?
And we have to be outside of the cave at the
Out
end
of the cave with your ingredients.
at the end of next turn.
End of next round.
Do I have anything that gives me?
What if we're not out by the end of next round?
You forfeit whatever ingredients are on that person.
Fuck.
Are there any Can I grab any plants within hand size that the swarm of daggers cut up?
With your interact, I'll say with a sleight of hand check. Sure. DC is going to be a 15.
Oh, I have a -1. We got this. Watch.
Hold on. Wait, stop. Hold on. Let me do something.
Hey, you whip your hand out to that pile of freshly grated herbs, and you feel the slice of that cloud of daggers for a split second. Like, just
that's
enough
not
to
up
make you
anymore.
remember that that's still there. Because with a 0, I don't think you harvest any.
I don't think I get anything. That's my turn.
Karada.
So, do these guys have anything on them?
Are you asking them?
Yeah, she'll be like, "Do you guys have any ingredients?"
Or actually, hold on.
Because if they can't get out, I can get them from them and get out.
Yeah.
True. Throw what you have.
Because they're both conscious now.
Mm-hmm.
So they can answer you. They're just choosing to ignore you.
Teddy, sirloin.
Ah!
God damn
What's
it.
going on? I honestly, I don't know.
Do
what's
y'all
happening.
got any ingredients that need to like get out of this cave if y'all can't get out?
Man, we ain't found shit.
I do. I have some bird.
Oh, you got a bird.
Some bird in my pocket.
Is that a bird in your pocket? You just happen to see me.
I'm
Mr.
very.
President,
Is this ice or is it water?
they're on top of ice.
Okay.
Where
I'm
the
sorry.
crab is, it's water because he just broke from the surface of that. And there's
Okay,
swirls of
so-
this arcane ice also flowing out of the pool of water that looks to be harvestable. Almost like a dry ice kind of a thing.
But I'd have to like get up next to the crab to get that, huh?
Depending on what you have available. But you are also engaged with Chef Zendrick.
I am.
You know he's still got some crab ingredients on his person.
Could I
also
try
only has one round.
to? Can I try to sleight of hand steal something from him?
Absolutely.
15.
There are two different component pouches on his person. One that you saw him tuck the crab meat into. The second one is almost an identical kind of component pouch, which hints you off that it's another special ingredient. Would you like to go for the crab or the mystery item?
I would like the mystery item. We already have crab meat.
All right. You scoop up the second sack off of his person, and there's a oddly almost like a sloshing sound echoing from inside of that water skin. Some sort of a liquid.
But I successfully got it.
Yes.
And did that take my action to do that, or?
I'm gonna say yes to try and rob him.
All right, cool. Then I'm gonna just dash. I'm gonna get out of here. I don't care if I take the opportunity attack.
He will slice with an 8 to hit. I don't think he's gonna do it.
That misses.
Before he realizes his special ingredients are missing, he slices and you're already gone.
Oh, let's go.
Give me back that mammoth milk!
Oh. Oh, and I can use my bonus action to dash.
All right.
So then, oop,
I'm glad she's on our team.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And I'm gone.
All right. Sirloin.
Grappled by
a crab. People dying all around you.
Ryan, this is amazing, by the way. I want you to know that.
Yes, it's so epic. All right, I'm gonna pull the most anime move ever.
Let's go,
Sirloin.
anime!
I'm gonna fucking break the arm off this crab and run off with it attached to my body, so we have a giant crab claw. So I'm gonna recklessly attack the arm to try to break it off from the crab.
You see from your previous impact, there is a bit of a fracture across one of its joints. You can attempt to target that crack in its existing shell. It would normally be at disadvantage to try and target that specifically. With your reckless. It could be a straight roll.
Straight roll. I got it. I got inspiration still too. So let's fucking go with the giant maul.
You gonna declaw this crab?
I will take the D6. I'm gonna take the D6.
Need 4 or better.
Let's fucking go!
Yeah! What does this look like, Sirloin?
He's taking the claw.
Magically, because he is the epitome of Gordon Ramsay, it turns into a giant claw cracker, and he reaches it around the arm, and he just grips it with his massive arms, and it breaks the arm off, and he's like, I'll come back for you, bitch. And he takes off running after he breaks the arm off.
Lucas, add a mother ice crab with 2 crabs worth of crab meat. Taste score of 20 on that one.
Yeah, let's go. We gotta get Lebnis.
Anything else you would like to do, Sirloin?
Yeah, I'm gonna run as far as I can. So I'm gonna go up here. Hopefully he can't oppie me because I done broke his shit, and I'm gonna move 30
Oh,
feet in this
that
direction.
gives him every reason to oppie you with his
Yeah,
offy
well,
hand.
he can.
Also, for what it's worth, Lucas, too, to save movement for next turn, Chef Zenderick there already used his attack of opportunity.
Oh, he did.
That's going to be a 19 to grab sirloin with the second claw.
Is that claw still holding Teddy?
I don't think it was holding Teddy.
No,
I think
it got
Teddy got ice
Teddy got
breath.
ice breath.
Oh.
Yeah, 19 hits.
So
Right.
sirloin, it drops you. You
Any of the
run. You
bards
get
have
about
cutting words
15
already?
feet away, and you feel something slam into your leg as you are yanked backwards up off of your feet in a grapple.
Little bit of DM fiat. Can I hammering horns the other claw away from me?
What's hammering horns?
Immediately after you hit a creature with a melee attack, as part of attack action on your turn, you can use a bonus action to attempt to shove that creature with your horns.
So long as the 8 bludgeoning damage from the claw isn't enough to drop you,
Nope.
then sure.
Nope, I'm out. I got a claw on the beach, guys. I'm dead.
Crab grapples sirloin.
That's not good.
On the crab's turn, it is going to pull sirloin towards it and take an attack at.
It's an auto crit, not me.
It sure is on you, but there's one other thing that it can get to if it moves 5 feet closer. He's going for the other chef. Because this is a hungry crab. It's got one, he assumes, dead president already. One meal that just took his claw that he's already got unconscious in his hand. And so this crab is going to be greedy. And after knocking you unconscious, is going to loosen that claw grip and go for Chef Zendrick with attacks 1 and 2.
Man, this crab has money and steak.
He's
This
so
crab is very well off.
He's got
Hey,
dead president.
hold on.
and steak.
14s. What's up?
He's Mr. Krabs.
He likes money and he's making burgers.
Ice Crab Claw slams into Chef Zendrick, who just starts squealing as he yanks him up off of the floor. Lebnis.
Okay, so how many seconds do we have to get out of here?
6.
6 more this round.
So if you can't get out, you got to be able to toss your shit to somebody who can. I have no idea
Does
what
that
happens.
count?
As out?
Yeah, 10 more feet to go to get through that entrance.
Okay, hang on. I
You
think I started there.
you could
probably do-
hand it
You
to
could make
I can
sure,
probably do my
make sure
movement
it gets
better.
out.
Okay, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
You got a lot of movement.
I still got Expeditious Retreat on. So I can triple move.
Hell yeah.
No. Without like trying to jump down to the ice, like how far down is that?
I think 10 feet?
But you can get to Karada and give her all of your items.
Yeah. Or Ruby,
Tip the hand off or mage hand.
Joichiro as he runs
Or
past
Dirk,
you.
and Dirk is within range.
Yeah, I mean, I can get to there, so I can just pass it off to.
Dirk,
Holy shit.
Dirk's probably going to go back and start healing people. Dirk cares more about saving his new friends instead of.
You got ingredients though, bro.
I'll throw them at Junichiro.
Yeah, so as I'm running towards the door, like I'm expeditiously retreating, so I catch up to Ruby, And I'm like handing her my sack of stuff.
All right. Hand off to Ruby.
I'll say I go there and just hand off stuff to Ruby.
All right. Joichiro.
Okay.
And then I prepared a shish kebab, a crab.
Joichiro has one free hand because he's got an ice crab in one hand and he's got all the other ingredients that he's collected in his bags. So he's going to go 25 feet over to Dirk, collect whatever ingredients Dirk has, and then use action or bonus action to dash outside.
Even with the extra 5 feet that it would take to climb up, you've got enough movement with that dash to make it out from the cave with the ingredients you've collected. Joichiro, being the first one out of the mouth of the cave.
Really quick, Ryan.
What do you got?
Just since I had enough movement, and I'd still technically have, like, if I use my bonus action to dash, right? I still have an action. Is there any chance that Joichiro looking down can see, like, the milk that he asked for? And use his action to harvest the milk before grabbing Dirk's stuff and running out?
The milk inside of the mammoth's body, you don't think you're going to have enough time to harvest the milk.
Okay, is there anything that's laying outside of the mammoth that might be like an extra ingredient that Joichiro
There are some
just
herbs
snag?
up here in these bushes that smell
Herbs
quite
are great.
refreshing.
Yeah. Joichiro,
You have another 10 feet of
he just
movement.
wants to snatch one last thing on the way out. Herbs will be perfect. He'll snatch the herbs.
All right. As you move 10 feet up to the north of this cavern, snatch some herbs with a sleight of hands check.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
There it is.
17.
You're able to snatch a handful of herbs. As you do so, you feel another hand snatch around your wrist.
Oh no!
I need an opposed athletics or acrobatics check to resist a grapple as another red apron appears.
I would like to add a psychic die to that.
All right.
Nice. 17 total.
Nice. That is 17. Tie goes to the defender as you just slip free from this grapple.
Nice.
That was too close. That was too close.
Joichiro's going to say, sorry, bud. I've got some cooking to do.
I don't know what's happening.
Another red apron appeared and tried to stop Joichiro with all of these ingredients from getting out this round. He meet the grapple check. And as you explode back out into the frozen, icy terrain, you can see Hurdigrut on the opposite side of that bridge just nervously pacing. And upon seeing you with a living crab in one hand and your arms just overflowing with ingredients in the other, just this beaming smile rips across his face. And he just starts sprinting towards you. And you notice the limp that he had before? He's just put that out of his mind and is just going for a full sprint and running up and giving you the biggest hug.
Careful. I've got eggs.
And you feel a little bit of a crunching in your own spine before he starts to lighten up. Like, oh, this is magnificent. We're going to build quite a bounty. Where's everyone else?
Get out of the way.
Teddy.
You're muted.
Oh, fuck, that's me. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's me.
Mr. President.
Oh,
Thank you.
sirloin.
Okay. To stand up, that's half my movement, right?
Yep.
Yes.
All right. I don't know how to. Hold on. Let me just.
Just
Crawl around a little bit.
Yeah, crawl around.
my
Okay.
glasses. Where are my glasses?
I would like to take the dash action. Where is that crab claw?
On my
On
body. Well, one of
Sirloin's
them
body. Right
Is
here.
it possible as Teddy is running, can he like just pick up that crab claw?
Absolutely.
Okay, my other question is, am I still able to throw some meat? That
What
sounds
kind of
really
meat
weird.
are you trying to throw?
I'm trying to throw all of my ingredients, like my
The more you try to throw, I'll say the more difficult a check it's going to be.
okay, that's fine. Okay, so
Throwing a
that really
handful of meat is going to be harder to catch than tossing one piece of meat.
You wouldn't happen to have
just
any
all
healing, would you?
Or a meat catapult.
that's for next time. I'm just going to wait. Ruby can make it, right?
Are you
Yeah,
asking
I'm
her?
gonna make it out.
Oh my god! I'm going to just shove every ingredient into her hands. Am I? Is Teddy?
One side is Lebnis handing me everything. The other side is Teddy. My hands are full. I've done my job.
Wait, is Ruby able to take my
Yeah.
ingredients?
I got two hands. It's fine.
All right, I'm going to shove that into Ruby's hands. Will Teddy die if he's in here after the 30 seconds?
One way to find out.
Oh well, you know, I've watched Iron Chef. I know a couple of chefs died after if they
This is the
didn't plate their
grim,
meal.
dark Iron Chef.
Yeah, Lucas, you haven't watched the Food Channel when your mom has the remote. They die, man. That's why they call it the Iron Chef. But you know what? Teddy R is okay with this. He has consigned himself. His moose died in here.
He's
This
actually
is
a
okay.
ghost.
He is.
One
Ghost
last
of
hunt.
Teddy Roosevelt.
One last hunt. Yeah, he only killed a fucking bird. And with that, Teddy R is going to pat Ruby on the back and take out, I don't know, like his longbow, which is kind of a musket. Not really. And end his turn. He is going to defeat this crab.
All right. Ruby.
I'm gonna run. On my way out, I will cast a healing word at Teddy. Wait, is Sirloin down?
Very
Sirloin.
down.
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to cast healing word on Sirloin.
Unconscious in front of a giant crab.
There we go. And
7 hit points.
Run. Can I stand here? I know it's like a wall, but like, can I squish?
You have enough to get out. You wouldn't have line of sight back in, though.
Well, yeah, I cast that and then I run.
Yeah, you're good.
I just didn't know if I could stand here because it's technically a wall, but I didn't know if this counted as being out.
You're good. I was
Okay.
just saying that in case you had like another spell for an action or something.
That's all I got. I'm good.
All right. Ruby gets out with her ingredients, Lebnis's ingredients, and Teddy's ingredients.
Hey, Ruby.
I said I wasn't going to get distracted. I got very distracted in there.
Dirk.
All right. Dirk is going to rush forward. I'm on the wrong thing. I can make 30 feet right here. And once I get right here up to Chef Cindric, he's going to put his hands together. And you hear him start praying. And his prayer is just the ingredients for his family's recipe. And he says, and may all be blessed to be able to eat once again. And he's going to cast Prayer of Healing.
Isn't that a
You
10-minute
can start
spell?
that spell. I think it takes 10 minutes.
That's
Oh,
a
it's
10-minute spell, man.
Oh no!
I've been
All right.
I've been the target of that
Cannot
spell
tell
before.
You how many times? How many times? That's one of the most poorly, like, it's most. It should have just been it should have just done the thing because everybody
Yeah.
wants it to do that thing, and it
Because it would be
never
one
works.
incredibly useful healing spell.
I have never seen somebody use Prayer of Healing correctly. Never once.
No, because you could use the spirit, forest spirit, nature spirit. What the hell is that?
Yeah,
one
I know
called?
the one you're talking
Yeah,
about. I don't
the one
remember.
that heals way the hell better than the 10-minute ritual spell.
It makes way more. Anyways, it can be used as an action. BT does.
Yes.
Anyways,
All right, then. Instead of taking that spell, can I take Cure Wounds?
Sure.
All right. I'm going to approach Chef Zendrick, and you need to get out of here. This crab's going to eat you both. I'll save him. Run. And then I'm going to run around him and cast Cure Wounds on Sirloin.
All right.
At a second level, which I think that was 2d8.
2d8 plus your wisdom modifier.
Yep. So yeah, the 14 on Sirloin.
Nice.
And then that was all my movement.
Karada.
Everybody else already handed off their ingredients, correct?
I think.
Unless Sirloin has any.
My
Sirloin
no,
agreement was
Teddy.
taken by Teddy.
Sirloin has the giant crab.
No,
claw.
Teddy
Crab
grabbed
claw
that
was
and then
snagged
passed
by
it to
Teddy.
Ruby.
Oh,
That is
okay.
right.
I have
That
nothing.
is correct.
Then
you
I think
are
that's
correct,
everything. Yeah.
Mundo.
All right,
And
then
the stuff you have, right?
yeah, the stuff I have. So Karada's gonna skedaddle.
As you skedaddle out, you can see Ruby is just being released from an uncomfortably tight embrace from your half-orc compatriot as Hurdigrut just beams at you and starts charging up at you with arms even stronger than the tusk of that pygmy mammoth. As he grips you into a tight hug, it throws you up into the air, just excitedly shouting out to all the onlookers as hundreds of people are gathered and cheering on the other side of that gorge as you guys start to emerge. Anything else you would like to do?
No.
Sirloin.
Sirloin is going to use their object interaction to try to get some of that mage ice that's around the
right.
crab.
All right.
So if I could scoop
That is
some of
going
that
to
up.
be an investigation or arcana check to harvest that.
Oh, you are so good. All right, I'll use investigation. 14?
You're able to just succeed on a 14, scooping some of this into a partially emptied water skin as you scoop up some of this wizard's ice.
So I'll scoop that up, and while I see Chef Zendrick captured in the cause, I am terribly sorry that you have to deal with the crab yourself. I'll use half my movement to stand up. I believe that I am indeed prone, right?
Yes.
And then I will proceed to use an action to dash. And I can't get to the end, but I'll try to... Nope. I don't think I can push it any further. I'm going to try to...
You throw your food to anyone.
Can I... DM, can I throw anything at the end of my rush?
I'll get... Risking the opportunity attack from the crab one more time.
Fuck it, yes.
To throw your food. I'll say if you can avoid getting hit by the crab one last time.
Yeah, okay.
There's a chance.
Yep. It's all or nothing at this point.
All right.
Straight rolls for the crab.
That is a 15 to hit. Sirloin.
Yes, it is.
For 10 points of bludgeoning damage.
I have 11 hit points left.
But you're grappled by the ice crab as you attempt to escape its 10-foot reach one more time.
Okay,
Dirk,
so
you can
as
see
I go to run,
Sirloin stands up beside you, gets back up onto his feet, scoops up an armful of this essence that is spilling out from the pool, just spins right round on his heel, takes 2 steps forward, and that claw grappling hold of the chef next to you yanks that body to the side and just slams into Sirloin with it, pinning him down into place on the floor.
Nice. All right. So I don't have any. I can't throw it from here in a Hail Mary pass, can I?
Not from this range.
All right.
Well,
That's it.
Lucas, you tried.
That's all I got.
As the crab is going to take one slice at sirloin and one slice at Dirk with its bite. Dirk, that's going to be a 25 to hit you with the bite
That hits.
for 13 points of piercing damage.
Oh my god.
Sirloin, that's a total of 10 to hit you with the claw.
Where was that earlier, Ryan? That misses.
Right?
How do I do
Oh,
that?
wait. Does that
How do I
get
do
any
this
kind
thing?
of advantage
Oh, there
because
it
I'm
is.
pinned because of the claw
Boom.
bullshit?
Dirk is
Might
unconscious.
want to roll again.
Oh, that was even worse. That was a 9 to hit.
Oh, I'm alive. I get to watch my friend die. That's great.
As the spectators on the outside of this cavern watch as the large maw of that giant just slams shut, sealing the mouth of this cave, as Karada, Ruby, Jorichio, and this ice crab have all escaped successfully. As the orc is kind of slow to kind of like bow his head towards the entrance before turning to face the three of you, saying, "Well, we should get a move on then. This competition is going to be fierce. If half of you are already eliminated from this, I suppose we're going to have to be able to scavenge together decent enough plates to impress with what we found. Now then, as I said, I was making a few notes."
They don't get to cook either?
He starts handing out pages to everybody. "If you'll just all follow me back to the tavern, I had a few ideas.
Oh, Jesus
depending
Christ.
on what you guys might have been able to conjure up. I don't mean to be too ambitious, but if you were able to find everything, some of the more difficult recipes are sure to impress." As he leads you
So we have
guys,
to choose 3 of these.
Why
the
didn't
three
you
that
do
you
this to
think
us at
you're
the
able to
beginning?
prepare best. Oh, I'm sorry, who was that? I thought I heard somebody.
All right. Just a quick question, DM, just to make sure. The crab didn't take an opportunity attack before my turn, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Wait a
It
minute.
did a lot of
Running
things.
up
I
to the
wasn't sure if
crab.
somebody else provoked
So-
before my turn.
So is this just going to be... So they don't get to participate in the cooking part?
They
They
didn't
didn't make it
gather
out?
any ingredients, did they? They had 30 seconds to make it out from the mountain with as many ingredients as they could gather. It
Oh,
looks
this
as
is
though
in the-
only the 3 of you were able to gather ingredients for this.
Oh, this isn't a team game?
I sure hope you were all working together in there.
Well, yeah, I mean, they gathered half the ingredients. We were just lucky enough to get out. They handed us the ingredients, but they still participated.
Then that might be up to the judges then.
You
Oh,
fucking
it's best
crustacean!
not to linger on that now. I'll focus on the task at hand. If you'll follow me back to the tavern, it's been reorganized and should be ready for us to continue forward with our preparations for this competition. As he leads you guys back into the tavern, where it looks as though the kitchen has been bifurcated, and one whole side of the tavern has been heavily decorated with red furniture, red fashionings, and the other side heavily adorned with blues and whites. You can see standing behind the counter are a few individuals already in the midst of starting their preparations, all of them garbed in their red aprons, filling the red side of the kitchen. A couple of familiar faces among them.
So we did not get mammoth milk, right?
We did.
I
because-
have it.
Oh, we do.
I
Okay.
stole
because
it.
Shiza handed it off to the guy.
Nice. Okay, because I was like, well, that takes care of half these recipes. Never mind.
And as you guys make your way over to the blue kitchen, emerging from the back room, garbed in their blue aprons, are the members of your party that got left behind in their ingredients cavern. Teddy R, Bull Moose, Sirloin, Lebnis all stand at the ready at their prep stations.
All right, we got the whole team together. Okay, so let's prep, team. What do we think? Who wants to do what?
What are we making?
Well,
Yes, you should consider which dishes you're going to be putting together first. And once you have a good idea for the menu planning, we can start preparations. There are 2 prep stations available, 2 cooking stations available, as well as a dishwashing pit that can kind of help everybody overall. Each of you should decide where your abilities are going to be focused the best. Know that many ingredients need to be prepped before they can be cooked, so just make sure you take heed to the order in which your items are going to be prepared as well. If these dishes are prepared successfully, we're going to be making our presentation to the judges. We should have 6 rounds going forward to complete these dishes.
okay, so let's
Take as long as you need to plan, and when you're ready, let me know.
Okay.
I go 1 and 5 because we have all the ingredients for 5, and 1 is the only one with crab meat. 5 crab meat.
So you're talking about Herbert recipe number 5, right? The surf and turf with mammoth mucks hollandaise sauce.
Yep.
Okay, I like that one. So like is there any desserts here? I feel like we need an appetizer, a main course, and a dessert.
There is not a dessert.
If you've got ideas, I'm more than open to suggestions. If you
Also,
think you can
didn't-
pull it off with the skills that you have and the ingredients that you acquired.
Oh, I just realized there's 2. There's multiple. Okay, I thought it was all the things.
Didn't Lebanese trade our stalactite salt?
He traded 1 of the 5.
Yeah, but he
that
still
he got.
has some.
Oh, we have 5.
He also has 5, and he
Do
also
we
got
have a list
gilded
of what
dates
all the
and
ingredients that we
garlic.
have? Let's make a list.
Hold on, let me check because I know that I wrote some of them down and I can't reach. I don't know how to reach
So
the
I've
log.
got 3 of the what are they called? Snowfisher
Fisher eggs.
Yeah.
There is mother ice crabs, plus 20 taste score, 2 crab meat. We have
I have 3 mushrooms.
a pygmy mammoth plus 5. We
Got
have
3 of those.
I have back BRB. Oh,
So we have wait,
one.
hold on. So we have the mammoth. Is that the mammoth steak?
You have 3 mammoth steaks with their taste score plus 5 because of the way that they were prepared by the kill.
We have 1 ice crab, plus 5 taste score.
3 of
I think you have 3 of those.
Yeah.
Oh, 3. Okay, I will need just
We
and
have
then
3 what?
3 ice crabs with a plus 5 to their taste score.
Yeah, I wrote that down.
That's the one Ruby put. Okay.
What did Nick get for his carried ice crab?
Oh yeah, I have 1 live ice crab.
So how do you kill it?
Hold on. We're just putting live ice crab on the list of ingredients right now. Okay. So we have 3 snowfisher eggs, we have 5 crab meat plus 5, we have 3 mushrooms, we have mammoth steaks plus 5, we have 1 live ice crab. We have how much
Summer,
salt?
roll me a D3.
For how many cups of?
Yeah, for how many cups of mammoth milk?
No
D3
MSG,
plus 2 cups.
unfortunately.
So 1 D3 plus 2?
Yes.
Wait, I thought we had salt.
We have 3.
We do have
We have
salt, but
4 salt, 3
Mammoth
cups
milk.
of mammoth milk.
4 salt.
we
3 cups.
You have 4 servings of salt that are plus 5 because his check was good enough.
we
Can I
have
use?
oh
Right.
we have some axe break fisher cutlets. I think 3 cutlets, right, Ryan?
That sounds right.
Yeah, 3 break fisher cutlets, plus 5 to
sorry.
taste.
4 cutlets because
4
you went for the
cutlets.
head.
What's the plus on those?
Plus 5 to taste.
Okay. Didn't Ben get something like uber good?
He got gilded dates, which give a +10 to the taste bonus of dishes with eggs or milk as an ingredient. And he got grit garlic, which gives a +10 taste bonus to any non-meat dish.
Do we get any bonuses for previous ingredients we brought in, like my spices or
Oh
Ben's
yeah, and we have
honey?
the honey. And we have
Depends
some
on how you
spices.
use them. They will affect the judges' scores.
Okay. Is there anything on the ingredients list? Oh, my herbs. Anything else that we're missing?
No, I wish I picked up the moose meat, but unfortunately, no.
Did we get any of that magic water ever? We didn't, right?
I couldn't get any of it.
He
No,
got
it's
grappled
okay.
at the end.
Cool. So that's our ingredients list. So I think it'd be cool to make one, like, here's my thought process. I think it'd be fun to make 2 of these recipes and then make one that's not one of these recipes.
Ooh, that'd be good.
I bet one of them is crab cakes, unless you want to make a non-crab cake recipe, because that's the only one with crabs. All my hard work.
We have so much. No, there's
There's
ice
several of
crab
them with crab.
chowder.
Yeah. The post fisher with ice crab pasta.
There's surf and turf with mammoth milk
Well,
hollandaise.
shit, guys, I can't fucking read.
There's one that's exclusively crab meat as an ingredient.
That's the one I saw.
Were any of the did we pick up the herbs from the rack that got
Yes,
picked up?
I did.
Yes.
Were there any mustard plants in there?
For like barbecue
Potential, if you
sauce.
need there to be.
Are we allowed to use
What
additional?
third recipe are you going for?
Well, the mustard plant actually turns into a lot of different recipes, but pretty much mustards. I want bases for sauces.
Well,
Are
for
you
mustard,
trying
you
to
need the
tell
mustard
me how
seed.
base sauces work right now?
Yes.
The barbecue pit fiend is really giving me a lesson on sauces right now. Why don't you just get in the kitchen and start then?
Okay.
All right, I need 2 of you on those prep stations, 2 of you on those cooking stations, and somebody start washing some dishes.
All right, I'm gonna be on the cooking station. That's sleight of hand, right?
Depending on what you're cooking. It's listed out in the steps.
We still haven't
Okay.
decided what we're cooking.
Do we want to go hard, easy, medium, or easy, medium, hard? So that way they show like a progression.
Hard, and hard.
Uh,
No, I
don't
think
think
like
you have the
I
ingredients for
mean
3
the
hearts.
things that take the most skill are going to impress the judges the most. Okay, we have milk, we have eggs, we have honey. I don't suppose we have flour.
I might have a little bit of flour.
If we have flour, we can make a cake.
I don't have enough. I don't have that much flour.
wait, can we use ingredients from around the kitchen?
Sure.
Can we use flour?
Have at it.
We got enough.
Where's Kevin when you need her with her bag of flour?
Wait, do we have tomatoes?
What are you trying to make with it?
A
Barbecue
cake?
sauce.
Well, if you're just trying to make flour into a cake, that's going to be difficult. If you'd like to prep the flour,
No, but
make
if
a
we use
pastry,
okay,
you can start
if we-
making some rolls to
go
potentially make
with
a
me
cake.
on this journey, y'all. If we use eggs, milk, flour, honey, gilded dates,
And
and
barbecue
we make
sauce.
a cake.
Nice.
Ooh,
A fruitcake?
Yeah,
Barbecue
with the
sauce
gilded
frosting.
dates, because it gets a +10 with something that's eggs and milk. I think it's perfect. I don't know what rolls you want for that, Ryan, but I want to make a cake.
I like the cake idea because we don't really need that stuff for other things, right?
Joichiro's gonna gonna say I have this great idea for
Okay.
a gilded date cake.
Before we go with the gilded date, never mind. That's good. But we also need to do garlic. Should we do garlic bread? Making a cake, we can make bread to go with it. Because there's what would we make with garlic with non-meat? Because everything else has meat in it, right?
Ooh.
There's a thing for where is it?
The seared
all these
Probably
mushrooms.
have to
Dip.
make one recipe for the meal.
3 plates. You have to have 3 plates to present to the judges.
So the only non meat option is mushroom dip, but it's a
There's-
medium
There's-
Or
meaty.
Or
the
the
Seared mushroom steak, the mammoth mott sticks, anything that you guys might like to do to bring to the table.
We could do the seared mushroom steak, which is
These are meant to be just like ideas that the orc had for these ingredients. While you guys were in there, he was scribbling this together.
so
Are
we
there
can do
gonna
mushroom
be
steak with garlic and
different
mushroom.
stations?
So you want?
So we don't have to follow the recipes.
If you're bringing your own recipe, you got to bring your own checks. The more ingredients, the more checks. The more checks, the more difficult. The more difficult the dish, the better the potential score with the judges.
I mean, I think the seared mushroom steak with the garlic would be an easy one to do.
Or
What
mushroom
is
dip.
the sheared mushroom steak? Is it an easy recipe or a medium?
Yes,
I
easy.
can't-
It's easy.
It's an easy. Are we sure we don't want to go with the mushroom dip?
The mushroom dip would be medium, and it.
Oh, there you go. Let's do it.
Yeah. Because
Yeah.
we just need.
I didn't see that one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not using any mushrooms for my cake.
So we
got
have.
mushroom dip, and we need
And then
a
and then we need that's good. And then we need like a main hard course that's got all the meats in it and stuff like that.
What about surf and turf? Oh wait, with mammoth make hollandaise. How much milk are you using? Wait, how much?
I'll probably just use 1 cup. So if we use 1 cup for the cake, we use the mushroom dip doesn't need milk. So okay, so we use 1 cup of milk for the surf and turf, and then I use 2 for the cake.
Yeah, because we just need 1 cup of milk from that. We need some cracked meat, salt, and shellfish or eggs. How many eggs are you using in your cake?
So we have a
Shit, how
chicken,
many
a
eggs do we
beef,
have?
and
We
a-
only
think
have
only
3
3.
eggs.
Because
One
we
for
need
the
to.
cake.
They're really big eggs.
You only need 1 for the cake, right? 1 for the cake, and then 2 for this meal.
Oh, just do the country fried mammoth steak with creamy mushroom gravy, or we could do.
Is that a hard recipe or an easy
It's hard.
recipe?
What about the mammoth brisket? Mammoth brisket.
Mammoth steak.
Mammoth. Do we have enough mammoth steak?
Yeah, we have 5.
No, we have 3.
3. I saw the +5. Sorry.
Maybe this is where our live crab could come in.
what if we
I mean,
did?
if mammoth steak is the problem, we should just do the surf and turf.
Well,
I think
what,
so,
What if
but
we
the
did
thing
like a Singapore 3-in-1, where you had a chicken, a seafood, and a beef, or in this case, a mammoth steak, mixed with like rice noodles, so you don't use any other ingredients, in a cool sauce that our master sauce maker could make, like a Asian fusion dish. 3 different proteins in a noodle dish.
Yeah, the fisher cutlets, the crab, and the mammoth steaks.
Yeah, in a cool sauce, and then you could throw in some of the herbs and spices.
Yeah. We haven't used the herbs and spices.
I like that.
Lucas earning that chef's coat.
I'm killing a crab right now. I just wanted to let you all know.
Is anyone getting like strong Breath of the Wild vibes with this? Because it feels like a lot of Breath of the Wild. I've been playing it a lot.
You've got all
Tears
your
of the
recipes
Kingdom?
memorized, right?
Look, I've been looking forward to that game since 2019. They only released the game in released the name in 2022. It is Breath of the Wild 2. But yeah, I've been playing a lot of Tears of the Kingdom. I don't know.
So do we have, Ryan, do we have all chefs on board for the cooking phase?
Everybody's in the kitchen.
All right. I think we could do it of making a crazy like 3 meat entree dish. I think we can make that work.
Cool. So now we need to divide the labor.
I could be in prep because a lot of these take sleight of hand, and I'm expertise at that.
I am also expertise at sleight of hand.
I can
So
tenderize the shit out of everything.
I have expertise in animal handling, athletics, and survival.
So what station do you want to be at?
I don't.
Survival is on cutting stuff, it looks like.
I'll be at survival then. Fuck. I'll be at the cutting station.
Prep station.
Yes.
I will not be there. How do you know which one is which? Where does it say?
In the recipes, they kind of give ideas about what some of these things are.
Genius.
How is my perception? My perception at least is okay. It's decent.
So long as whoever's washing dishes is able to keep up with the flow of what's going on in the rest of the kitchen, it can provide a potential bonus to everybody else working. Everybody likes clean dishes.
So if somebody's not good at cooking, they can clean dishes.
I can always clean dishes.
Do we have to cook all 3 meals at the same time?
We have, I think I said 6 rounds to complete 3 plates.
If we fail a skill check, do we lose the ingredients?
If you lose the ingredient, you lose the ingredient. If you burn the dish, you're going to be presenting something burnt. Try not to burn all of it.
Okay.
I can deal with 1 or 2 burnt vegetables.
You call that
I
searing.
will lose my mind if you present nothing but blackened steaks and blackened vegetables and blackened plates and blackened beans to the judges. It just like crumples up the papers that he was working on, just starts like ripping them up. Let's not burn anything, right? Right?
I could do prep,
Absolutely.
strength-based things.
I have good investigation.
Sirloin, I find it concerning that you can't at least agree on that. Perhaps you should wash dishes.
I can wash dishes if need be, but if things need to be cracked, I can help there as well.
Tell me true, Sirloin, have the red aprons got to you? Are you here to sabotage my team? Do you intend to burn all of these dishes?
Okay,
I intend to give the best dishes possible.
Then I'm glad that I roped you into this.
All right, who
Okay,
took
so
levels
we're gonna
of
have-
rogue and what skills did you expertise?
I expertise in investigation and performance because I thought cooking would be a
I saw
performance.
investigation on one of these.
Yeah, the cooking is investigation.
Yeah, there you go. Heat the sauce, but without letting it get too hot and break with frequent stirring. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna do a garlic mushroom dip, meat 3 ways. What kind of sauce are we doing with our meat 3 ways?
I think it's
A
just
garlic
meat.
mushroom dip.
No, that's our appetizer.
I know. It's both now.
Maybe a sweet and sour honey mustard Cajun sauce.
Ooh.
Let the man cook. Let the man cook. And then we'll do the gilded date cake for dessert.
All
Ready,
right,
break.
and which of our ingredients are we attributing to which plates?
Oh, okay. So the garlic mushroom dip is going to require 2 mushrooms, 1 salt, and 1 garlic. The meat, 3 ways, is
I mean, the
gonna
métage à trois.
be the
Mitage.
Manitajois.
The métage à trois.
I like that.
So that will be the 1 mammoth steak. We're gonna do 3 Fisher cutlets. How many cutlets are we doing?
It would be strange to do 1 cut of mammoth steak and 3 cuts of something else.
Oh, how many cuts of mammoth? Do we have 3 of mammoth?
3 perfect
I
cuts.
thought we had 5.
No,
We have
3
3.
at plus 5.
Oh.
Okay, so we'll do 3 mammoth, and then we have 3 Fisher.
I would like to get the juices from the mammoth being
And
cut.
we have 3 of the snow crab.
We have
Meat.
3 snow crab and then 2 at the queen level of plus 20 to our flavor.
Does anybody have a flask of
I have a
alcohol?
water
Fucking
skin.
kitchen. There's bowls and plates and pots and all kinds of shit.
No. Like a flask in your pocket of alcohol.
Oh, Gordon Ramsay is always drinking, so I've got something. What you need?
Okay.
Brandy?
Maybe next time I'll invite Gordon.
You need wine? What you got?
If you got wine, that'd be perfect.
Do a wine reduction.
Fucking
Oh yeah. Oh, it's so delicious.
We need an egg for this one, probably? Do we need eggs for this at all? Sauce?
For which sauce?
For Jeremy's sauce?
If he's going
No,
barbecue,
I'll need
no
milk.
egg.
I don't think so.
So
No,
you're
we're going
gonna
with the honey
need
mustard.
salt, you'll
Requires
need
it.
the herbs,
Mustard
you'll
plant.
need
I like it.
the spices, and you'll need
Also,
honey, did you say?
yeah, and also a little bit of the juice from when the mammoth steak gets cooked.
That's fine. Does that list of ingredients look right?
We also need a little bit of wine to cook the mammoth steak in.
Yeah, we can get that.
I'm
Try not to
hungry.
make things too complicated. Remember,
For
there's
sh-
only 6 rounds for all 3.
We're chefs. It's supposed to be complicated.
Okay, and then this is going to be 3 eggs, 2 cups of milk, flour, dates. Do we have any kind of... Oh, honey. I was like, where's my sugar?
Nutmeg for this particular one. It'll go good with the dates. Like a spice.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. Do we have anything else that we can add like a cream on top of this cake? Because the dates and this seems like a pretty dense cake. We want a cream on top.
They do have more milk.
Let's do
Oh,
a dose leche on top.
We could whip the milk
Ooh.
up into a cream at
Fucking condensed
The
cream
honey.
with some eggs and extra milk. Yeah.
So we'll just say it's all 3 milks then.
So we've got enough crab. We could do like a very light crab cheese on top of the date cake.
Yeah, we have enough milk and everything to make cheese.
Is there a picture of Gordon Ramsay with the image where it's finally some fucking delicious food in that corner of this kitchen?
All right.
Are you
I
taking
think we
time
got-
to look for it?
It's time
No,
to
I'll
cook,
get yelled at.
y'all.
All right, then. I'm going to need everybody in their stations, and I'll give the signal to the judges. And he raises
Oh,
up his
shit.
hands. as everybody starts to move into the kitchen, and a thunderous explosion erupts through the tavern once again.
I think
And everybody outside on the main dining floor just kind of silences and looks back to the two kitchens.
Oh shit! I didn't see we were supposed to move our tokens down
mechanically,
here.
I think I can help with prep with athletics, and I could help with intimidation to get the the kitchen going.
Well, we need people on prep.
Yeah,
So
I
the
can prep
party
with athletics.
feels
I
the
can
warmth
process.
begin
Prep.
returning to their numb fingers and toes as you return to the restaurant with your haul. That rush of competition continues with doing little to subside. The dastardly members of the Red Aprons shoot you glares as they start to sharpen their kitchen knives, and Herder Groot lets out an exhale as he begins to shout out, "All right, everyone, we've got our menu ready to go. Everybody, let's do this."
Where
All
should
right,
I
everybody.
be?
Let's all go out there and cook with a lot of heart.
So do I go to
So-
dishwashing then, or prep, or
Prep. It's totally up to you.
Well,
I
we
mean,
got
where
two
do
on
Where do you
prep.
think you would thrive?
I don't know. I don't know what we're doing.
What skills do you have?
My best are sleight of hand, survival, intimidation.
Survival is prep.
And
Or
so is
cooking.
sleight of hand.
Yeah, I have a +4 in survival.
Yeah, survival and sleight of hand are both prep.
You could do prep. Yeah.
I can
Okay.
move to cooking. I have a +5 in cooking.
I mean, I took the cook feat,
Me too.
but that doesn't seem to have helped me at all here.
I mean, it gives you proficiency in chefs of the cooking utensils, and so like I've got a
So this
+7.
specifically is where it'll help you.
I've got a +7
How'd you
with
get a
chef's
+7?
tools. Because I have expertise
Okay, well
in it.
then what do I get to substitute like my cooking
Oh, can you
skill
not choose
for?
that as part of your rogue expertises?
I don't think so.
Oh well, I did.
So whatever ability you're making use
I
of
counted
for
it
that
as sleight of
particular
hand
cooking
anyways. I
check,
figured it
then
was the same
you
thing.
get to add to it.
Oh, okay.
I got cooking tools and athletics. That's where I'm strong at.
All right, perfect. You can break crabs open and cut the meat.
I could do cook or prep. That works for me.
I think we
Well,
got
we'll
this,
have
guys.
everybody start by rolling some initiative.
Oh shit!
Or I guess if we're doing like dish by dish, we could flavor it.
How about a fucking natural 20 for the prep?
That's pretty
Go.
good. All right, Sirloin, how do you kick things off?
Fucking crab. And
Which
he
of the
starts
three
breaking the
dishes
crab.
are you starting to work on?
What do we want first?
Well, we should do the appetizer first, right?
Oh yeah.
Well, do we give them all out at the same time, right?
Yes.
Appetizers take less time to make, so shouldn't we start on the main meal because it takes the longest?
Ooh yeah.
You guys
prep
have a
meat.
collective total of 1, 2, 3, 4,
So is it
5,
like-
6,
is it
7, 8,
like-
9, 10, 11, 12, 13,
So like
14,
in Master Chef,
15, 16,
in
17,
like
18,
Iron
21.
Chef and stuff like that, like they have you do the appetizer, then the main course, and then the dessert.
No, you're presenting your 3 finished plates at the same
Okay.
time.
Okay.
And you have
Longest
22
first, then.
ingredients to prepare.
So this is Food War style.
Yes.
Oh god.
Okay, I'm gonna start with
The meat's gonna
crab.
take the longest to prepare, so prepare that first.
That would be steaks. I don't know.
Yeah. Mammoth steaks, fish cutlets, crab.
And the queen crab.
And the
I
queen crab.
can deal with the cutlets, the chicken.
I'll
bird.
start with the queen crab because that's the biggest chunk of meat that needs to be broken down. So I'll start with that.
Summer, what do you got?
Sorry. What does everyone else have? I wasn't sorry.
I got queen
think
crab.
You're on mammoth steaks. You got survival, right?
Yes, I have survival.
Steaks is a good one for you.
All right. I guess I'll do that then. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on.
All right, so Sirloin. Okay, we'll keep to initiative then. That'll keep things straight. So everybody,
22 for me, please.
who's still not on? Tell me out loud.
Lebness.
Leadness, what do you
Fucking
get?
Dirk.
A 2.
All right. Dirk, what did you get?
6.
That everybody?
Yeah, I think so.
Think
Right.
so?
Right?
So, sirloin. Starting off by wanting to prepare the crab, go ahead and roll me an athletics check to break free some of this queen crab shell. And you guys are using the queen crab on the meat 3 ways or on the cake crab cheese?
I think the meat 3-way. I think the entree
Meat
is the most
3
important.
ways. It needs
Okay.
it because everything else is getting a plus. So we got the garlic in the first dish. We get the queen crab in the second dish, and then we've got the dates in the third dish to give the modifiers to everything.
Just to make sure that I prep it the best I can, I'm going to rage prepare. And Gordon Ramsay's going to come out in the kitchen and it's like, you all need to fucking start working. And he's going to start prepping with athletics with advantage on this crab.
Right. Sirloin starts shucking crab shells.
Dirty 20.
Good thing that he
thank
got
you
angry
for
first.
advantage.
Yeah, fucking dice. No, he's mad. He's like, you son of a bitch! You caused me from getting out of that damn cave. You piece of crustacean shit. And he starts processing the crab on his turn.
All right. He starts cracking those shells. Teddy R, what are you prepping? For which dish?
Did we get a short rest in between cooking and collecting?
I'll say yes during your menu planning.
Cool.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my psionic power recovery.
Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo.
So I have three psionic dice now for these.
Fuck the hit dice. I'm going down to the wire.
You never know what could happen.
Fuck it.
So I'm cutting up the cutlets, so I'm going to roll for survival to cut the cutlets.
For the meat 3 ways?
Yes.
All right. Go ahead and roll. Yeah, survival check works good for that.
Okay, come on. I'm using the dice I got from a graduation gift. It's the middle.
You got this.
Okay, it's a 12 plus 4, 16.
16's pretty good.
That's D's.
gonna-
That's D's.
For level 3, that's really good.
Okay, 16. I think that's all I can do.
All right, Ruby, what are you prepping for which dish?
I'm cooking. What am I cooking?
You tell me.
I don't know.
What's been prepped?
What? The one that's in
Shellfish and
that's the one.
cutlets. We have meat and
You are preparing the crab and cutlets this round.
yeah, crab and cutlets.
You can't be cutting them as she's also cooking them.
Yeah.
Okay. Question for you. Does everything have to always get prepped?
It has to be moved from one station to the next. It can't be in 2 stations at the same time.
So now
like,
that things
The cutlets
been,
have to be prepped, like all the fat gets cut off, and then they can be cooked.
So now that they've been prepped, can she start cooking them?
She's prepping them this round. For
No, no,
this
Ruby's in
6
the cooking
seconds,
stage, right?
but Teddy
Ruby's-
was preparing the cutlets.
Okay, so then can I use my investigation to make sure that all of the stoves are going to be at their proper heat, so that way when we get the meat, they can go right on. Like
Start
getting
preheating everything.
preheating everything, make sure it's the right temperature, the water is boiling correctly.
Roll me an insight check.
Oh yeah.
And which dish is this specifically going to be for? Your stovetop. Because the success will go towards one of these 3 dishes, or the fail will go towards
We'll
one of
do
these 3
meat 3
dishes.
ways.
Meat 3 ways. All right.
I think we're hedging
Insight.
all
I
our
should have
bets
done
on
that
the
for the
3-way.
insight. I should have done that for the insight. Oh god, what do I get?
Flame starts really cooking at this center station.
I like it hot, you know? Oh no. Alright guys.
Were you supposed to roll
I was
insight?
going for investigation because
I thought you were supposed to roll something different.
I thought like I was reading and it said like getting the water with the right salt was investigation. So I assumed heating things would go.
Seasoning with just the right amount of salt.
Yeah.
That's an insight check, according to the mammoth brisket one.
Oh, fuck. Where did I read
You read
it?
a different one. Let me know.
Hold on. I swear I just read that.
Choose
Rules
something
for
you
different
have
dishes.
more
It
than
looks
a
like you
plus
rolled
one.
insight. If you were trying to roll something else,
I would rather roll investigation, but I thought you said insight.
I did say insight.
Oh God!
Hold on.
That's
There was, I
investigation.
swear to God, there was one that was investigation with water. I just had to find it.
While Ruby is looking around frantically about her station as the flames are just engulfing her stovetop, Dirk, what are you doing?
Seems appropriate.
Actually, Amanda, roll me a d20.
I mean, in the country fried mammoth steak recipe, it does say cooking station. Frying the steaks in the skillet and it talking about like that kind of stuff is an investigation check as far as temperature.
And that might be a great idea. However, Ruby, you noticed that because you were specifically trying to look through your stove, the flames settings should not be that hot. It was probably sabotaged, as you can hear some snickering coming across from the red kitchen as a small grease fire erupts in Ruby's station. No cooking checks can be made here until the fire is put out. Putting out the fire requires successful ability checks or appropriate spells in Ruby's cooking station.
Hold on.
So Ruby, that's what happens on your failure.
Hey, we're taking away from the opponent's actions.
You used your turn to start up the stoves, which caused the grease fire.
That's fair.
Well, at least you
Dirk.
prepped.
At least I found the sabotage before it was too late.
So there's a fire. Oh God.
There's a grease fire happening at Ruby's cooking station.
Oh my.
Meaning you guys are down to one cooking station with 3 dishes to go.
Wait, hold on, Ryan.
What's up?
I didn't know Kevin was here.
She prepped the stoves.
I am going to go help try to put that fire out since I have fire resistance.
Come on, Dirk.
All right. Using any sort of a spell or trying to use a survival check to put out the flames?
Like, how bad are the flames? Are they going to get out of control?
You cannot cook on this stovetop so long as the flames have it engulfed. It's not spreading, but it is a grease fire. It's going to keep burning until it's put out.
I just, since fire resistance, can I still keep cooking on it?
You're going to start burning the food if you do.
Yeah, the food doesn't have fire resistance.
Nor does your cookware.
Yeah, I'll take a... Can I cast...
Unless you've got a wild idea. I'm open to wild ideas.
Jeremy. Come on, Jeremy.
Just throwing out hypotheticals. I'm telling you answers. You want to try an idea, you're more likely to get a success.
All my ideas are making fire, not really putting them out.
Hey.
I got one right now. I've had to do a kitchen fire suppression. God damn it.
I'm going to cast Enhance Ability on myself and give myself ability on wisdom checks and then use a survival at advantage.
All right. So moving to the cooking station, trying to put out the fire?
Yes.
All right. 18, Dirk is able to quickly come over and help Ruby to douse these flames before they become a problem for you guys. Joichiro.
I'm muted. Joichiro is going to start cracking eggs.
You would
Holy fuck.
Fucking Crack those
24 is
eggs.
good.
Joichiro is so fast.
He does like the one-handed crack too, with 2 eggs at a time.
Sirloin loses his shirt.
Next up is Karada.
All right,
Since-
so
Since I got so high, can he prep like the milk and other ingredients for his
I'm
cake?
going to allow your prep roll at your cooking station because you rolled so high.
Oh, I'll take it.
Prep at the stove. You got no shells in your batch.
No, Joichiro's got confidence when he cooks.
so I'm going to be prepping the mammoth steak, correct?
All right.
And that'll be a survival check.
Mincing mammoth steak.
Come
Let's
on.
do it.
Not bad.
13.
I guess my first question for you guys is, are you trying to make since it's a custom one, the meat 3 ways, a hard difficulty, a medium difficulty, or an easy difficulty platter?
Hard.
Ooh, hard, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's hard.
So I'm guessing that doesn't do it.
Karada starts prepping the mammoth steaks, slicing off the fats, focusing on the good cuts,
Hey,
and getting them ready for cooking.
Can I do something fun?
What you got?
Can I use my psi bolstered knack to help other people since we're in sync in the kitchen?
Does it work for other people? I don't know.
No, it's just for me.
I'm going to say for your roles, you could.
Yeah, it's when your non-psionic training fails you, your psychic power can help if you fail an ability check. But, that's why I said, yeah, it could be cool.
If this were a longer running thing, maybe we'd work
Okay.
something out with it.
One shot? No.
I don't know how it works. I'll say no for now. Karada prepares the mammoth steaks.
Hey, as long as we
Ledness.
get like 2 out of 3, right? Best 2 out of 3 on the dish, you can have one bad meat, right?
Were you expecting an answer to that?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. Okay. So what does it take to prep like the dates and the honey and all the stuff we're doing for the cake?
Well, the prep stations are both occupied by Sirloin and Karada right now. You can even see Joichiro slipping some of their ingredients over to one of the stovetops, and despite the best efforts of some of his teammates, starts preparing some eggs over the stoves.
Well, I will just do an assist then.
Assist somebody on a station, or you want to start doing some dishwashing to grant everybody else a D4 to their checks?
Yeah, that part.
All right. How does Lebnis want to wash some dishes?
Well,
Mage hand.
yeah, I was gonna say Lebnis, he's an experienced chef, so he
And
has.
you have an audience over there watching you guys, and you can feel the eyes of the crowd. So if you'd like to make a bit of a scene, you get some bonus points for crowd favor.
I'm definitely doing like some mage hand and like doing control flames. Like I assume we've got like a burner going to make sure we got hot water.
Yeah.
And so I start making the flames do like a dance around the pot and use my mage hand to like whisk the bowls and things like in and out of the water so that like I don't have to burn my hand and I can do all that.
Perfect. Go ahead.
So
roll me an Arcana check.
now do I get any bonuses for my chef ability?
Yes.
This...
Give as if expertise, I think it is. So double your proficiency. So +3 on top of it.
Sweet. Okay, that's not bad. All right, so as an Arcana double proficiency, that's going to be a 16.
Nice. That's success. everybody's going to be able to add a D4 to their checks as these
Ooh.
dishes are coming back to each of your stations remarkably quickly. Sirloin.
Oh, shit. All right. So I prepped the crab. That was going for the main dish. We have crab going towards the cake dish as well, right?
Not if we have too many ingredients to prep. I think we can leave that off.
Okay. All right. Well, let's see. What else we got?
We got to adjust on the fly,
Mushrooms.
guys.
You're in
We
round
got
2
mushrooms
now.
to prep, right? I'll slide a hand some mushrooms. I'll pull out
For
a
which
very
platter?
delicate chef's knife and start prepping some mushrooms.
All right, prepping mushrooms for the mushroom dip. That's going to be, what's that one?
Sleight of hand.
All right, sleight of hand. Plus a D4.
Oh, plus a D4. 18 plus a D4 is going to, where's my D4? D4s, hey, there they are. 20, dirty 20.
Dirty 20, nice.
Prepping of mushrooms.
Sirloin glides through these mushrooms with ease, making almost ornamental cuts into each one. It's truly a work of art.
Yeah, I cut each one to look like bull's horns. So they go into the dish.
Little signature slice. Teddy.
Okay, do we need some herbs cut?
We
we're
need herbs
using
for the three meat trio dish.
Let's see. Do we have to prep things like the salt and things like that?
Depending on what you guys are going for.
If it's rock salt, then I think we need to
Crush it up, right?
crush it up and measure it. Yeah, so I think Teddy will crush it. Can I do athletics for that?
Sure.
Fucking what?
Breaking down the rock.
Do it.
Into a finer grain.
Fuck
Absolutely.
Yes,
Teddy.
absolutely. I would like to imagine like he throws it up into the air and then he just takes out his musket rifle and just shoots it. And it's nice. It comes down into like this nice powder.
You salt bathe that shit with a
I
musket?
do, yeah. Yep. It's just beautiful.
All right.
Teddy R would be proud.
Teddy R. Bay.
As the granules of salt are ground away into smaller and smaller quantities to be much more finitely applied to your ingredients going forward. Another success. Ruby.
Ooh.
The grease fire has been slowly doused out thanks to the assistance of Dirk. But your cooking station is now at the ready for you once again. What would you like to do?
Now that I'm confident that these things are hot, can I take the meat from them that they've been prepping to start to sear it and investigate, make sure it has a proper seasoning on it, and start to sear it with investigation?
Absolutely.
Okay, cool.
You can start to season the meat with your first investigation check. You can start cooking it now.
Nice.
Good.
This is hard because Amanda doesn't know how to cook.
We're learning.
No, really.
It's a fantasy.
That's why I'm Ruby. She burns everything too. It'll be fine.
All right. Dirk. She's getting it.
She's getting it.
Everywhere.
I am going to start working on the sauces for the dishes. Yeah.
All right. Prepping sauces for which dish first?
We're gonna start with that honey mustard sauce.
Oh, you're dirty. All right.
How long does? Sorry, I'm trying to see how long that ability spell lasts for. Oh, it's concentration. Okay, I still have concentration on this spell to give me advantage on wisdoms. I'd like to use medicine. to start combining the ingredients.
Medicine to sauce.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. In a strange sort of alchemical way. That makes sense.
The first way to feed people is figure out how to not poison them, and then just make it tasty.
All right. So that's sauces underway for the 3-way meats. All right, Joichiro.
I'm also I'm also using Leibniz's honey.
We've really got to start calling it the métage à trois.
Métage à trois.
For the métage à trois.
Okay, cooking. I'm gonna start boiling ice crabs that have been prepped. Now that the
And start cooking the 3-ways. The métage à trois.
Yeah, I'm gonna start cooking the meat, not what you said. Is that insight? It looks like.
Insight or perception
Because
check?
we have boiled ice crabs and we have salt, so I can do that step, right?
Yeah.
At the cooking station.
Yeah.
Cool. Cool. 18.
Don't forget your 1d4.
Cool.
You know what? For the judges. For Leibniz. How's a 22?
Pretty good.
Joichiro came to cook.
Karada.
Okay, so the thing that she was prepping has been moved on, correct?
Yes.
The steaks.
You got all those steaks cut.
Okay, what else needs to be prepped?
Okay, so let's go back to our list here. We have prepped salt. I don't know if milk needs to be prepped.
Only mushrooms have been prepped for the mushroom dip so far, and only eggs have been prepped for the cake so far.
Okay, garlic needs to get prepped. Dates need to get prepped. Did the mushrooms get prepped?
Yeah.
For the dip, yes.
Prep the date, so I guess that would be sleight of hand because you have to slice them or mince them or whatever.
Perfect.
10. Not rolling hot, y'all.
Oof.
Dates getting sliced.
1d4. 1d4.
Oh, 1d4, yeah. 11.
Karada's going at her fastest she's ever gone before.
Can
speeding through these dates.
Joichiro like tell her to like, hey, slow down with those. We need them to be nice because it's like for the cake that he came up with, and like, I don't know, maybe like give her another try at them next round.
Like a bardic inspiration?
I don't know, just like a helpful word. Yeah, like just like a, hey, we need those.
If you'd like to come
again.
over next round to assist her instead of doing anything on your station?
Basically, I want to try to tell her those aren't good enough. Try again.
Sounds like you want to give her a free re-roll, though.
No. I want to tell her. Because can she prep them again on her? It's fine. 11's fine. It's fine.
Leibniz. Spotless dishes.
I guess I'm still
getting
just
the
going
warmest
to do
water.
dishes, yeah.
All right.
Keep putting on the show.
Keep building the fan base.
That was a less good roll. That was only an 8.
8 is a less good roll. As you hear the sound of some of the pipes just start backing up, and for whatever reason, that heating apparatus you were using to continue to boil the water has just superheated the pipes shut right now, and so no water is flowing to the dish.
To his own checks?
He does not. He grants it to the other stations.
Shit.
At the end of this round, Lebnis, can I have you roll me a d20, please?
Crap. That was a 2.
All right. Can I have... And right in the middle of all of this happening, one of those axe beaks just kind of flutters into your side of the kitchen and just starts like fluttering around and starts knocking pots and pans this way and that. Sirloin, the top of round 3, what would you like to do?
Hey,
Angry
somebody get
bird
that
has been
thing out of the
dropped into your
kitchen.
kitchen.
Is he a BRB? I didn't see anything from him. It
Must
says
be
back.
Teddy?
Sirloin?
Teddy?
I've been talking this
Teddy?
whole time. Yeah,
Lucas.
Sirloin's
I'm
back.
here. Hello. I want to grapple the shit out of that chicken and either break its neck or take it to the other side of the kitchen and release it back on them. So I'm going to
All
use
right.
athletics to try to grapple this chicken.
All right, Sirloin is leaving his station and going for the bird. Athletics check at advantage if you're still raging.
Dirty 20.
Get him out
Dirty
of
20's
here.
good. Grab hold of that bird.
I take that
start
bird and I aim its
pecking you up
head
with
at the
arm.
blue chefs. And I'm like, fuck you, bitches.
You are the blue chefs.
The red
I aim it
chefs.
at the red chefs.
You
The
throw
red
it
ain't
further
friendly.
into the kitchen.
He's colorblind.
I am colorblind. I know only salt. No, Sirloin is, he's going to take the chicken and he's going to try to adversely affect our opponents with
You're
it.
trying to handle it.
I'll try to handle
All right.
Oh, you know what I just fucking realized, guys? I got the day off tomorrow.
Hell
it.
yeah.
Memorial Day.
Yo, let's go.
Teddy Roosevelt.
More D&D tomorrow, guys? No.
He had Memorial Day off.
I have Memorial Day off.
I am Memorial Day.
I'm Memorial
Okay,
Day.
do we have any other things that need to be prepped?
What about the cake? We should get the guy who specializes in sweets on the cake.
Oh.
Well, I've got my eggs prepped.
Yeah.
We need honey prepped.
You've got
And
dates prepped.
We need
How do
milk
you-
prepped. I don't know if milk needs to get prepped in this case. It might.
I mean,
Mammoth
it
milk
needs-
might need to get prepped.
Milk
It
and eggs
needs to
need
be
to get
measured.
wet for the
Huh?
We need to make the milk wet.
the milk needs to be whipped up for the cream for the frosting.
Yeah.
Oh.
Curdle
I mean,
the
that's
milk. It's a nature check. Can you do nature checks?
If I can convince, hey Ryan,
No, you
It's
can't
a-
do a backflip.
I've got immunity to
Can I do
convincing.
survival. Can I do survival, please?
That's a fair argument.
For prepping which?
Curdling the milk for the
For the cake?
frosting.
Yes.
Yeah, that could be a survival check.
Oh my god. Okay. Here it goes. Oh fuck, that was a 4. An 8.
Really missing those D4s.
Teddy
Good
begins
thing we have
curdling
an
milk.
We have an extra thing of milk.
Oh,
Too bad you're using all 3 cups, right?
The recipe only called for 2.
You guys called for 3. Ruby.
Okay, so what? Okay, so I'm cooking meat right now, making
You're
sure.
doing whatever you would like to do. Currently, the party has 6 successes going towards the mitage à trois. 1 success going towards the mushroom dip, and 1 success going towards the cake.
Okay, does
And how
anybody?
many turns do we have left
This is round 3.
out of
6.
6.
Okay, so hear me out here. I'm gonna fight for a performance check to see if while I'm cooking, the steak. If I can get some mushrooms to sear for the mushroom dip. But like as I'm doing it, you know, like those restaurants you go to where they like put on a show as they're like cooking shit on the stovetop.
Like
Can I
a
do something
Mongolian barbecue? Shit.
like Mongolian barbecue shenanigans? Can I put on like a little bit of a performance as I'm cooking these items?
Sure thing.
Oh, cook two at once. Ooh.
Wait, are we able to have like little mini like interviews?
Sure.
Like a
The confessional booth is off
Confessionals?
camera to the left of the stage.
It's happening all in the back room. Anytime somebody goes back there for an ingredient, they're just selling their soul.
I'm just showing pictures of my kids.
oh,
This is the most intense like D&D session I think we've had in such a long time over cooking.
I think so.
Oh, I'm very emotionally invested in this right now.
So invested.
I'm just getting hungry.
I am so hungry right now. And I want mushrooms.
I'm wrestling a goddamn
God,
bird
I love
in this kitchen.
mushrooms.
I want crab so bad right now.
So Ruby,
I want
as
to
you
bake
begin
a cake for real now.
flourishing some of these many pots and pans you've got going, you notice you start kind of slopping a bit too much of the sauce out of the pans as you're doing this. One starts simmering a little bit too long before you have the chance to juggle these pans to get to it. It's starting to affect your cooking a little bit,
But I look okay.
but you don't drop anything.
I mean, that's the important thing. The ingredients are still there. They're going to taste fine.
Dirk,
I mean, that really sucks. +6.
Dirk
not
is
fucking
here.
10.
Um,
I'll be right back. I've got a goblin that needs terrorizing.
Dirk is going to secretly try to cast Bane. Actually, no. Dirk is going to cast Bless.
There you go. Now you're thinking.
Highest level. What you got? Second level. 4 people, right?
Did we get do I get short rest?
Yeah,
we did,
Spell
yeah.
slots?
No,
clerics
you're a
get
cleric.
short-
You don't get the short
no,
rest.
long
revamp.
rest cleric.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I got a first level Bless.
That's 3. 3 people.
So,
Trace.
all right,
Trace Leches. Hey, that's what we're making.
Trace blessings.
Trace blessings. 3 Hail Marys.
who's rolling rocks tonight?
Me.
I am.
All right.
I've been
Oh,
rolling
wait.
pretty good.
All right, so Rachel, Nick, and
Are you going to give it to the people that are rolling well or the people rolling bad?
Bad.
Oh, I'm
Oh.
rolling well.
Then that's
Is
that's
rolling rocks
Amanda,
good or
Summer, and
I've always said that was good.
Ben.
That was
Yeah,
sweet.
I have not been rolling particularly well.
All right, Ben, you are blessed. And wait, is this a concentration spell?
It is.
It is.
It is.
All right, yeah. Then I'm gonna drop concentration on enhanced ability, and bless Ben, Lucas, and was it Summer or Amanda who's doing bad?
Amanda and Summer have both been pretty cold in the cooking phase. I don't
Have
need
you
it.
been
I've
good?
been doing good.
All right, let's do Amanda, Summer, and Ben. Boom. That's my turn.
all right.
Is there any way I could try to start a conversation with the chefs on the other side? Is that dude who I told to get out of the cave there?
Yes, he is.
I'm gonna try to call over to him. Not really have a conversation, but just try to distract him a little bit.
Hey,
Sure.
you suck.
No, the opposite. Yeah, I want to be that friendly neighbor on the other side of the fence who won't let you stop, won't let you go away. He just keeps like, all right, well, let me go. Oh, hey, did you hear about one of those guys?
Well, you can attempt
Crazy
to distract him
competition we're
next
having,
round
isn't it, neighbor?
because you can do that or the blessing.
I'll do the blessing.
All right,
Good call. Good call.
Joichiro.
Joichiro's gonna start.
What dish are you working on?
He's doing a bunch of things at once. Okay, so is he boiled all the crab and everything like that?
Prepping eggs for the cake.
He's gonna pass the crab over to Ruby because she's the one that's making.
This
the
is the
surf and
queen
turf,
crab
right?
you're doing?
Yeah, well, he did that last time, right?
Right.
And then Ruby's doing the rest of the meat and cooking that part, actually cooking it, right?
She started on the mushroom dip this round.
She started on the mushroom
I'm
dip.
planning on moving if that changes your.
Okay, then Joichiro's gonna finish making this surf and turf or the meat 3 ways then. So then the next thing he needs to cook is the steak. The steaks?
Cook
Yeah.
the steak and then get it in the final.
Yeah, we're gonna cook the steaks.
All right.
Which looks like a perception check. Yes.
Yes.
16.
Pretty good.
Yeah, that's a success, right? Yes. Cool. I will take it. Joichiro is doing the crab, doing the steak. We're gonna have to cook the fish or cutlets next. And then my last round, I'm making my cake.
All right.
Last two
Karada.
rounds. Last 2 rounds will be the cake. So Joichiro's gonna tell somebody, make sure I have all my ingredients at my station for my cake.
Wait,
He's
are
got
you cooking all
the
3
eggs next
dishes
to him.
then?
No, Ruby's doing the mushroom dip.
Okay, so you're cooking the.
He's gonna
3 meat
finish. He's
and
gonna
the cake.
finish the main course next round.
He's finishing the meats.
Next round, and
starting
then
the cakes.
after that, he's gonna do his cake.
What else do we need for the cake?
You prepped eggs, milk, and dates for it.
Honey. It's pretty much ready to go. I think I just need it over here. And then we need people to be anti-sabotage, helping with dishwashing, all that kind of other stuff to keep everything moving smoothly.
So next up is Karada.
Okay. I hate to keep asking this every time, but I literally cannot keep up with anything. What are we doing?
It's a lot. It's a lot. I'm not gonna lie.
What still needs to be prepped?
I think prep is done.
We could
We
prep
need-
garlic for the mushroom dip, or
There you go. Garlic.
crab
can-
cheese
on it.
for the cake.
Ruby needs garlic.
Okay, is that sleight of hand or survival?
Which one's better for you?
Sleight of hand.
Do
It's
it.
sleight of hand. It is.
Yes.
Success.
Best roll I've rolled all night.
For garlic.
Nice.
Hey, hashtag blessed. You might as well make it the highest roll of the night.
Yeah, let me
Wait.
hashtag bless this shit. 23.
23. Let's go. Let's go.
You know, it's better than 22. 23.
25.
That is some
11.
excellent job there. Those look good.
All right, he's going to get this whole like fire situation under control and get back to doing his dishwashing
All
because,
right.
you know, he's got a show to put on. He's got to make sure his team looks good. And that is going to be, I get double proficiency at 22.
You are able to unclog whatever was stopping the pipe from draining out, and once the water starts flowing regularly, the temperature is regulated once again, and everything starts going smoothly for your kitchen once more.
All right, we're doing good.
Everybody
team.
gets a D4 to the checks.
Ooh.
Good job over there, Lebness.
Roll me a D20, Ben.
9 that time.
All right. Joichiro, as you are shouting back to the prep station to let Karada know that Ruby's in need of garlic for her next station, Joichiro sees something skitter across the prep counter behind Karada. Sirloin.
Karada, look out. What is that? Oh, God.
There's
Teddy.
something behind her?
Yeah. Yeah, Joichiro will point it out to Teddy.
So I'm grappling this axe beak at the moment, right?
You've walked this axe beak into the competitor's kitchen.
All right. No, I don't think there's
It has
anything I
been
can do.
pecking at you and struggling all the while.
I don't think there's
You've
anything
got
I
it
can do about
grappled by the neck.
Karada's situation, but I can take this and fuck with the other people. So I'm gonna take this axe beak and I'm gonna grab it by the feet and I'm gonna hurl it like a throwing axe. I'm gonna say, oh shit, I had a cool one-liner and I lost it. Damn. Cooking a dish is fine, but cooking under pressure is completely different. And he's gonna try to throw this chicken at that one fucker in particular that was messing with our boys.
All right.
The human guys. So I'm gonna try to throw this axe beak chicken at the
guy
person.
who tried to grapple.
Yeah.
All right. Roll an attack.
What the hell?
With
What
an
am I
axe
throwing?
beak.
Okay.
You tell me. How are you attempting to throw this thing?
You know, I got +5 on everything. So +5.
Probably.
Athletics.
You're not proficient with axe beaks, though.
All right. So +3. That's fine. I can do that. Here we go. 21
Still hits.
Let's go, sirloin.
What is an axe beak worth, Brian?
This
You
axe
make
beak
the big
explodes
god
outward. Its
proud.
wings just engulf this competing chef, and the whole half of their kitchen gets interrupted by this process.
Oh, the feathers!
Pots
yes!
and pans go flying. Sauces slop across many different platters that have been being in the midst of being prepared. It is a nightmare on this side of the kitchen.
And he points a finger.
Clan McBeefington!
If you can't cook in a kitchen normally, don't cheat. It's not worth your time. You can smell what we're cooking. It's so much better!
As Sirloin turns on his heels to make his way back towards the blue kitchen, Teddy, Joichiro is pointing back behind Karada, and you see a small little snow crab skittering across the prep counter. It seems as though the one that was rounded up and left alive is still scampering around.
What Teddy's going to do is, without thinking, not even flinching, is going to take his rifle, which he still has out, and he's going to attempt to smash that snow crab and kill it.
All right, sounds like a dexterity check. Smash
Wait!
a snow crab.
Yes. I've got this. 20.
20's and up. Crunch. Right on top of it. You scatter
There we
it.
go.
It is no longer hampering the progress of your prep stations, and it will no longer cause disadvantage on the rolls this round.
Cool. I mean, just as a flavor, Teddy, as soon as they smash it, it kind of sticks to the butt of the rifle, and Teddy is just going to flick it into a pot, a boiling pot.
All right. Goes right in with the queen crab.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Ruby, Joichiro, you see the thing that you pointed out to Teddy? She smashed it and then threw it into your boiling pot.
No, that's not what that was for, but that's fine. So I want to do something not super prep worthy. I would like to cast Unseen Servant and tell it to go fuck around in the red kitchen and just try and fuck with their stuff. Like, turn up their heat and stuff. Since they're sabotaging us, I'm going to do the same thing with an Unseen Servant.
All right. Using your action for sabotage.
Sabotage!
Roll me a sleight of hand check.
Big intense, that's all I get.
I know you planned it. I will sit straight this wide gate.
Sirloin, you bump into something walking out from the blue kitchen on your way back in. Don't know what it was. Probably another invisible red apron. Something is on its way back to the red kitchen. Dirk, you are up.
Ooh. Does Ruby get a D4 for the blessing thing?
She does.
Dirk, is there anything to cook left for Dirk to hop onto? And if not, Dirk is going to start expoing the plates. So pretty much getting all the plates together for when the food's ready, they're set up. So immediately when we have the most time when
There
the
you
food's
go.
done.
There you go. Think about
Presentation.
plating.
Starts
Starting to
plating.
think about plating, Dirk.
All right.
And then insight? Can you give me insight on how it would look best?
So roll me an intelligence check.
Okay. That's rough. That's a straight 0. How about a wisdom?
A wisdom tells you that it should have been a higher intelligence check to succeed.
Let's go.
Like you kind of sprinkle
16,
out the
baby.
first sort of setup of everything, throwing your own condiments around and just decorating the plates. And like you finish, you step back half a step, and you just don't really like what you put together there. Oh, I thought you meant it was a 0 total. Not just
no.
a plus 0.
Oh,
That's
no,
much
it's
better.
plus 0.
Yeah, 16.
You take another half step back, and you're like, "Oh yeah, it does look nice, actually."
I was just looking at it upside down.
Just being really hard on yourself.
Turn your head the other way. Oh, it looks good.
Dirk, it's looking good.
Thanks, chef. And that's Dirk's turn.
All right, Joichiro.
All right. So then we're gonna do the cutlets. The Fisher cutlets now. What do I?
Somebody has already prepped the cutlets.
No, I'm cooking them.
Cooking. Okay.
I gotta find which one of these recipes has cooking cutlets. Here we go. So, you're gonna do a survival check.
All right.
Is there any way I could trade that for, say, insight? Another wisdom skill?
There's bargaining everywhere.
Sure.
All right, I'm gonna add my psychic die to that.
You also get a D4 from dishwashing, right?
Oh, and I get my D4 from dishwashing. Thank you, dishwashing. So that's a total of 18.
All right.
All right,
That's a
main
little
dish
better.
should be ready.
Karada.
Do we have a sauce on that?
Not
Should've
right
been
now.
with we need the sauce master to put it on. Shit.
We need a sauce on this. I don't know what we were making that with.
Okay. What else
Be
do we
that
have?
spicy barbecue he's got cooked up.
Is it just like dishwashing now? There's no more prep, right?
Unless Dirk needs help with his sauce.
Well,
Does Dirk
Or
need-
Ruby needs help with the finishing the mushroom dip.
Mushroom dish.
I
Kind
thought
of
I
just
made
flavor from here on. Any sort
Then
of
the other
preparation.
thing is making sure that I have all my ingredients for the cake.
I
Okay,
thought
so
I
who?
made my sauce already for the
Did you?
menage a trois.
Then
Yeah, that
it
was
just
the-
needs to get put on the meat.
You made the mushroom dip sauce, not the
We need one more
menage a
sauce.
trois.
We need the meat menage
No,
a
because you
trois.
said menage a trois. I like because I went with the big main because I remember using.
Nope, you're right. There it is. The sauce was the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th success on the menage
Well, I
a
don't think
trois.
the mushroom dish is finished.
I thought Amanda
No.
was working on the mushroom dish.
You guys have 2 successes on the
That's
mushroom
what
dish,
I need.
9
need to
successes
add-
on the
we need
3 ways,
to-
and 1
Jeepers.
success on the cake.
We need to add butter, cheese, milk, and reducing the heat, which is a perception check. Is your perception good?
My perception? It's a +2.
I'll take it.
Better than
I'm
mine.
proficient, so that's my proficiency. I'll add a
for
D4
dishes.
to
You're
that.
blessed. You're blessed and dishes.
Oh, you have a
16.
bless as well. Yeah.
And dishes.
Is that
forget
another
those.
D4?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a plus D.
17.
Yeah.
17's pretty
17.
good.
All right.
Reduced down to nothing.
Looking good, Karada.
Lebness is up next.
So I think I'm just going to keep on doing the dishwashing.
Oh, you're MVP right now, my friend.
Dishwashers are backbone of the kitchen.
Oh, and look at that natural 20.
Yeah, let's go!
Hey. Where is it?
Like
Where is it? Where is it?
When it comes up to GCP die.
Oh, it's in person. Yeah,
He's doing it in person. Hell yeah, Ben.
Wait, where's the air horn? Oh.
Bonuses keep on going. Ben, roll me a d20 for complications.
2 that time.
2 that time. All right.
Is it
Going
another axe
forward, sirloin.
All right.
Oh, did that one already happen? Nice.
Okay. So coming back to our station, I see that mushroom dip is still being worked on. Hasn't been plated yet. The main dish has been cooked and plated, right?
The main dish has been cooked. It needs the sauce to be finished.
All right. And Dirk's going to do the sauce. And then you're still cooking the cake.
I'm going to make the cake.
Yeah, DM, is there any way that I can hold my turn for plating the dish until after Dirk has created the sauce? What I'm thinking
one more
is,
round.
Okay. Well,
That makes a difference.
Well,
Yeah,
the sauce will go on last.
Yeah, I'm up first. That's the problem. What I'm thinking
I'm gonna
is,
say no because like you're in the midst of walking back to the kitchen
Gotcha,
as
gotcha.
this 6 seconds is happening. So it's what he's doing when he walks back into the kitchen. How does he step back into the flow of this kitchen?
You said if you keep washing dishes, we get another D4.
Lebness is washing dishes.
you only get one.
That doesn't stack. Okay.
No.
Can
That'd be
you
cool.
you can help me with my cake, right? You can give me advantage.
He can.
Yeah, I'll help Churro with his cooking. You know what? I'll give him advantage by taking over the menage a trois.
Yeah,
whatever the
finish
hell we're
that.
cooking.
All right.
Hell
So
yeah,
when the
dude.
sauce comes, I'm gonna use athletics to put that in that giant fucking wok, and with my giant muscles,
Joichiro's
flip
gonna point
that
out
shit.
the sauce. The sauce is ready. It just needs to get added.
All right, I can do that. I'll cook it with the sauce. Once the sauce is boom, boom, boom. So I'll cook with the wok.
You just need to add the sauce and then plate it. You got this, sirloin.
All right.
Athletics to move a vast amount of material in a giant cooking vessel.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, we could add a D4 to it. I mean, 23.
Pretty good.
So
Teddy.
he comes over, just takes this giant wok and just starts tossing shit up in the air. It's great.
The menage a trois is coming together.
Don't forget to add some herbs to that.
Sprinkle, sprinkle, sprinkle. It's got to be
Teddy
right at the
Roosevelt.
end, though, right? So you don't like kill them with the heat.
Yeah. So what do we need to do to finish this mushroom dip?
I think it just needs to be plated. I don't think there's any more.
That just needs to get plated. Okay, we're pretty much almost
I
finished.
think we just had to prep whatever you needed for the cake.
Teddy, go
Oh
do
no,
sabotage.
garlic. Did the
This
garlic
is round
No, no,
5
no,
up
The
6.
garlic got prepped.
Garlic
it
got
just
prepped.
needs
Hell
to get
yeah, it
added,
did.
right? It needs to get added.
That'll be on
Cooked in.
Ruby's turn, right?
All right, that's what I got to do. Intimidation.
You can, or either that, or you can just help Ruby and give her the help action.
You know what? Actually,
Trying to
I will
intimidate
be.
Ruby. Being
As
a
Ruby
bully.
Teddy will kind of like hover over her shoulder, maybe lean in just a couple, like erase a smidge here, erase a smidge there. but he will do the help action and help out Ruby because Ruby's got this. I believe in her.
No, I think Ruby's BRBing right now.
Oh shoot.
She is.
So you see, as you step over, like there's this moment that Ruby is pausing. Teddy, you step over and notice the sauce that she's got is perfect, like right there. And then she's just standing there watching it boil as it starts to overboil. And you have this moment where you're able to step in. Go ahead and roll me either an insight or investigation check.
Let me see. Insight plus 2 insight.
Yeah, let's go, Teddy Roosevelt.
Plus a D4, you got this,
Teddy
Teddy.
You
Roosevelt.
step in kind of like excusing Ruby for just a second so that you can save the sauce before it gets burnt as you
Wait,
scoop
add
it
a
up.
D4.
You scoop up the sauce, step beside Ruby, and are ready to go into plating.
All right.
Hey,
23, let's go.
23s, let's go.
23s.
So with that, Dirk is up.
So then Dirk can plate the mushroom dip.
It's ready for plating.
Yeah.
Chef, we
Yeah.
need that one on a plate.
All right.
Go ahead
History
and
to
roll
try
me a
to
performance check.
performance.
Ah,
Yes. You know, I believe.
In a thing called love. Just add a D4.
Come on.
Yeah,
16?
16, let's go.
Everybody watches as Dirk almost perfectly spills this into the bowl for the dipping. And as he stops the pour, 2, 3 droplets too many release from the edge of that pan and start falling towards that perfectly organized platter. And Dirk's able to just lick them out of the air with his long reptile tongue.
Fuck it, Dirk.
That is tasty.
So gross. Don't
Hey.
let me ever see you do that again.
We've got the mushroom dip completed.
Yeah.
Joichiro.
So
Cake time, man.
Joichiro is going to whisk his eggs and his milk and his flour and everything together using sleight of hand.
Right. Plus a
I'm going to
D4.
add my
Come on.
psychic die
Come on.
to that,
Come on.
and I'm going to add my D4 to
15.
that.
Come on. 16. Ah.
16 total.
Pretty good. Yes, you are able to get another. This was on the cake, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to whip all the ingredients together, basically, and get them in the oven.
All right. As the last prep for the cake is made, as Joichiro is ready to put it hopefully onto the plate next round. As we continue forward, Karada.
So we just need to plate the cake.
We just
Plate
need
the
to plate.
cake, plate the mitage à trois.
And what kind of role does that have?
There also might be defense at the last round. I don't know.
Performance?
How's your charisma?
I mean, I'm a bard, but I only have half proficiency, so it's a +3.
That's D's.
Did I bless? Are you blessed?
You have bless and the dishwashing bonus.
Yeah, so it's worth a shot, right?
Yeah.
Which
You
one are
might
you
as
plating?
well try to plate the Manisha Trois.
Yeah, I'll try to plate the mitage à trois.
All right.
So 13
Plus
plus
a
bless
D4.
and
Plus 2d4.
Okay. Okay.
17.
17.
Mitage
Let's
à
go,
trois has been
team.
plated up.
Okay, looking good, team. Looking good.
Lebness. You can hear less clattering from the kitchen behind you as fewer dishes start rolling in.
But there's still a need to do dishes.
Still a need for dishes so long as they're still cooking.
All right, still going at it. Less good, but still a 22.
Nice.
I mean, it's not
That's
natural
another
20. But
success.
22 is still good.
All right. Sirloin, you hear as though the axe beak has been wrangled up on the other side, and there's still a bit of a scattering of movement as it's more of a scramble for the other side to throw together what they're able to after the axe beak knocked over some of their readied plates. Sirloin, what would you like to do?
Sirloin, help me finish this cake. And Karada, be ready to plate it.
Yeah, I'll do whatever I can to aid Churro.
All right, giving him advantage on his roll.
Yeah.
All right. Teddy.
Okay. What ingredients do we have left?
Oh, do we have any salt left?
Yeah.
On that sweet dish, a small hint of salt on the top would kick it.
That's true. That's true.
After you finish and then
when
pour the sauce on top?
When Joichiro looks over at the curdled milk that had gotten done, how does it look? For the frosting.
A little bit like cottage cheese, not as smooth as you were hoping.
Does Joichiro have an idea of something like a chef's trick that we could do to actually turn that into something good?
In 6 seconds?
Just like an idea that he can shout at Teddy and Ruby and Dirk to work on.
We might be able to find out on his turn.
Joichiro will point out that to Teddy. He'll just say, "Do something about that frosting."
Dirk, fix the sauce.
I mean, Teddy, Ruby, and Dirk. There's 3 of them. Between the 3 of them, they can fix it, right?
What's wrong with it?
It's cottage cheese. It's supposed to be smooth.
We need a smooth frosting. Fix it.
Oh.
Use the honey. Do something.
Teddy, what would you like to do?
Can't hear you, Peach.
Come on, Rachel.
Rachel?
Move a little closer to your microphone.
I believe in you.
Drunky Brewster?
Hello?
I think I've
Hello.
Hello.
Oh my god. My microphone broke, so the way that I'm doing things is differently and it's weird. Okay. So all we're just doing is we're plating things right now and we're just making some final touches, right?
Yes.
You're trying to fix the frosting for the cake.
Okay. And from what I remember, I'm going to try to make it look smooth. That's all I'm doing.
That works.
Beat the lumps out of it.
Beat the lumps out of it. Can it be survival? Because this is do or die right now. Do or die. It is survival
Of the fittest.
of the fittest. Many people don't know this, but Teddy Roosevelt was a good pastry chef.
If you want to describe the actions Teddy's taking to fix this, we can certainly try it with a survival check.
So, what better way to survive than a Swiss Army knife, which amazingly, as Teddy just beat a crab to death with his rifle, out of the rifle butt there's a hidden compartment, and wouldn't you know, survival tip 101, always have a Swiss Army knife. He cracks it open, and hidden compartment, here comes a Swiss Army knife. Not just any Swiss Army knife, mind you. It is a Swiss Army knife 2.0. So not only do you have like a nail file, an axe, a saw, you also have culinary ingredients. And with one flip of his wrist, he has a whisk in there. Just a flip of his wrist, and then he starts like beating it into there. And as he's doing that, he remembers going out to Yellowstone with the guy who loved national parks, and
John
he remembers
Muir.
John Muir. And as he was going out to these national parks, he remembers what John Muir said about surviving, which is if you're able to make frosting in the wilderness, you can survive. And you can make frosting with like eggs, some fish, and some dirt. And he remembers that. And he remembers like getting rid of the mud clods out of everything and making like a nice little frosting. But that's survival.
Holy shit, dude.
Let's see if he's got what it takes. He's following his own advice. Look at that.
Still a D4 for blessed?
For the dishes.
Got a 24.
Did I not bless Rachel?
I did.
No,
I
you got
thought-
Amanda, Summer, and Ben.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
you just-
right.
Rachel's been.
Oh, you get the D4
Rachel's been
for the
rolling hot.
dishwashing.
I've
Yeah,
been rolling
dude,
for
25.
Yeah.
I mean,
25
fucking
is
25
definitely
is still
good
good.
enough, guys. I don't know why you're freaking out.
Because we want to go
I
higher,
want to make
Ryan.
sure it's top
Be
notch.
good enough, Ryan.
We're
This
trying to get the
game has
lumps out,
scarred
okay?
us.
Can I reaction
Oh.
bless?
Yeah.
Frosting looking.
Oh,
It's
all
like-
right, we're doing good. We're doing good.
Ruby.
Teddy, that's looking much better.
So Ruby, the frosting has been finished. There's a cake that has to be plated, and frosting that has to be applied still. Somebody still has to take it out of the oven. Somebody has to put it on the platter. Somebody has to do the frosting.
Oh god.
What would you like to do?
Ruby, get this thing out of the oven.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take it out of the oven. You know, that's definitely easy for me. I will take the cake out of the oven.
Lebnis, you're doing final spot checks.
Roll me, what, investigation or insight to determine if the cake is done enough?
Yeah, definitely.
All right.
Investigation.
Oh,
Poke that toothpick in and it comes out clean. The cake is ready.
Ready, it's ready. So I'll plate it.
You pull it out of the oven. Somebody else is going to have to do the
I
plating.
take it out of the oven. But
That's one more success.
There's 4
Dark.
people left.
Let's plate this cake.
we gotta frost it.
Let's frost this cake.
We got to plate
Remember
it.
your
Then
survival
frost it,
skills, guys.
Let's. I'm confused.
my bonus action
We're
is having
doing,
the MC
we're doing
servant
frosting,
giving them
frosting
disadvantage.
fruit
So.
right now. Frosting and the fruiting.
Okay, I will frost.
All right. Roll me a sleight of hands to frost a cake. Go frost
about a
yourself.
right?
0?
Oh my god.
No.
Oh,
This
my
frosting was
God,
never
you
meant to
missed
happen.
It entirely. It is on the
Can
floor.
Joichiro, like, since he's going next, just be like, Dirk, let me do it.
I just shot a lot of frosting in my own face. I had it backwards.
Oh,
I think there might still be enough if I roll high enough. I could probably finish the whole frosting.
Hey, I'm gonna hand you the frosting. I'm done with my turn. I rolled 2 zeros
So
tonight.
bad.
All right. All right. Here we go. And I have advantage because of the help action from
Yeah, I got
Sirloin. 24
Plus a
Let's
D4.
go.
Good. I think a 24 is going to
26.
Does
succeed.
20 does that offset?
Can the two of us get like it completely frosted and fruited?
If you want to have it to an average of 13, is that what you're saying?
No.
It'd be better to serve it
right.
without the sauce.
Frosting
You're
fruited.
gonna have to fruit this thing, and Lebnis, get over here. You're plating the cake.
Karada, as all this is going on, you've noticed a small glass vial has drifted up over the top of the heads of Joichiro and Dirk and Ruby, who have all been singularly focused upon this cake. This small glass vial doesn't look to have any sort of a cork stopper on the top of it, and it has this viscous, inky fluid on the inside of it. You can just make out the shimmer of a mage hand drifting it up over the party's cake.
Can I counteract a mage hand with a mage hand?
Hell yeah, you can.
No more.
You want to athletics or arcana this
Fucking
mage
arm
hand?
wrestle up in the arm wrestle.
Arcana, because my Arcana's better.
All right. Roll me that arcana check.
15.
15 is plus a
Plus the
D4.
dishwasher D4.
Dishwash.
Plus a D4 for
19.
bless.
Dishwasher.
And
Plus
bless.
bless. 20.
Buddy.
Let's go. Dirty 20.
This time you are able to successfully overpose
Yes!
that opposing mage hand's 19 on their athletics check, as you are able to just put a finger in the stopper end of that vial with your mage hand, stopping it from doing whatever it was intending on doing this round to sabotage your cake.
All right,
Lepnis.
Lebnis, plate this cake with the fruit.
Come on, Ben.
These guys are just a bunch
Come
of
on, Ben.
cheaters.
I mean, I threw a chicken at him.
All right.
You threw
Here
an
comes the
ostrich
plating.
at them.
I'm very angry.
You got this,
Ooh,
Ben.
nice.
Come on.
Okay, so that was a 16 on the die.
Let's go.
And I guess, would this be maybe a performance?
Performance.
Ooh,
Plus a
for the
D4 for the
flourish.
bless.
So that's going to be a 19 plus the D4 is a 2, so that's a 21.
Yeah, I like that
Nice,
total.
Ben.
I like that total.
There are 3 fucking immaculate looking platters presented at the front end of your guys' kitchen as all of the burners and the water flow just simultaneously shut off at the end of this round. And you guys have
Fun skill challenge I've ever been a part of.
kicked
Oh,
ass at
fun.
this cooking part of the meal competition.
Oh my
Like-
god.
So far that as the orc returns, just jaw agape, he beckons to the stairwell that Sirloin has walked past a couple of times without even noticing it. Betwixt the 2 kitchens, this singular stairwell that goes down into what looks like some deeper dungeon of this tavern. I'm going to need one of you to grab hold of each plate. So 3 of you in total to present these platters to the judges. Whoever goes should be able to answer any questions that they might have about its presentation or its inspiration, or at least be damned good at selling it to the judges.
Dirk, you want the meat 3 ways?
I have a -1 to charisma.
Oh,
I'll
Okay.
be getting zeros.
Where's our bard? Is our bard still out?
who are our bards?
I'm a bard, but I ain't been
Me.
gone for half of this.
That's okay. You made the mushroom dip. You got this.
Okay.
And you're about to present it.
There's
Who's-
mushrooms and it's dip.
Joichiro can do either the meat 3 ways or the gilded date cake.
I mean, if they want to talk about the recipe, I could be there, but I'm not going to persuade anybody.
Perform? Who's got good performance or persuasion?
Ooh.
I have a +6 for performance, and
I've got a +5 to persuasion.
Okay, Lebnis, you're in. I have a +3 to persuasion. Anyone better than that?
I probably not.
Nope.
All right, so Ruby, Lebnis, and Joichiro. Lebnis, which one do you want to talk about? Meat or cake? You did plate the
He's
cake.
the only one that can
Cake.
say mitage à trois.
It's a piece of cake. Oh yeah, that's right.
That is
Maybe
true.
not.
I can't say it. I mess it up every time.
I think that alone
I'm a
gives you
dessert
like
man at heart.
You did
It's-
name that dish.
He
I
is-
think you need to do it. You did name the dish.
Okay, I'll present the métage à trois.
Menage a trois.
No, the métage à trois.
Phenomena.
Métage.
Because it's streaming.
Do-do-do-do.
Menage a trois.
Mhm.
Do-do-do-do.
Menage a trois.
Do-do-do-do.
Menage a trois.
So Ruby is able to scoop up the platter with the mushroom dip with the Grick garlic sauce reduction as she begins descending the stairwell, doing her best to keep up her appearances and not spill any of this over the possibly overflowed rim of the bowl that it is being presented in. As you make your way down, This singular table in the midst of this stone dungeon with but a single candle stands illuminating this space.
Oh
This
no.
basement room could be impossibly large down here, but it's hard to say for certain. It could be very small, as the single candlelight is not enough to illuminate the walls of this room, but only enough to illuminate this small singular table with this candlelight on it, with a fork, a spoon, and a knife, and a napkin on the opposite side of this table. There's a couple of flowers on one side, and a small little placemat has been set on your side of the table. As you begin to approach the singular table and set down your mushroom dish, on the opposite side, there's a little bit of a stirring. I traveled across the red line for this. As a large, burling figure is brightly illuminated, uncomfortably close to you, with these large shell encompassing most of his form. This burly, though probably weathered turtle of some sort, with 4 large X's scratched across into his shell, just begins contemplating this platter that has been placed before him. I see that you opted to season this with Grick. Interesting choice. What was the inspiration for this?
Don't say a pun. Don't say a pun. Don't say a pun. He doesn't like those.
We are talking about the mushroom stuff first, right?
The mushroom dip. Yep.
Yeah, Amanda's talking about it.
I'm really good at this. The inspiration came from the caves when we went in there. Just the melody of the mushrooms, and you see that the bisque is very, very white, just like the ice, and then the crabs in there. Just all kind of came. There's no crabs in there, but it all came together in just a beautiful image of the encompassing the entire competition.
There you go.
Roll me a persuasion, deception, or performance check on this, as you see fit.
25!
There you go, Amanda.
I see.
Oh,
Shame you couldn't have done a bit more with what you had with your given time, but I understand everyone has restrictions.
so
Send down the next plate, if you will. As he takes a half step back and is once again engulfed by the shadows.
Dang, he's hard. Okay.
So, Libnus steps up. He's carrying a platter, and the platter is like as big as he is, practically, because he's a halfling. And he's carefully balancing this thing, and he sets it on the table, and with it's fully covered. It's got one of those like metal domes over it, and it's well sealed, so there's not even there's no odor or anything coming from it yet. And he looks up at this turtle and says, I do hope you'll find that this pairs well with the garlic infusion of the mushroom dip.
You say this into the darkness on the other side of that table, but it is not a turtle that steps into the light, but a much more stout figure with large pointed ears. And as the green grin is brightly illuminated, this goblin steps forward. Oh boy, nobody quite knows meat like Bobble Gobble. Oh, this should be great.
And with a flourish, Libnus whips the cover off, and just the scent of everything that was kind of kept in and helped marinate the dish gushes forth in an eruption of steam and scent.
You can see the large nostrils flare open with a deep inhalation of breath, and the eyes just kind of fluttering for a moment. Oh, yes.
And the scent is so intense that like the entire audience gets blasted back in their seats.
Ooh. So with the ice crab and the mammoth, how did you opt to highlight the flavorings here?
I think you'll find that the searing of the mammoth meat has helped encapsulate the moistness and the flavor, and the slight tartness that comes with fresh mammoth will offset the deeper, richer flavor of the crab.
Feel free to roll me a persuasion, deception, or performance as you see fit.
I think we're going to go with persuasion. All right. It's an 18.
Pretty good.
Way to go, Ben.
Oh, wait. I get a +4 for my, what's the other one? The thingy.
Bless.
Yeah, the bless. That's a 3. So make it a 21.
Hey,
right.
our lucky number.
No pressure.
I don't suppose you have any more of the sauce, do you?
Why, of course. You'll find that there is a small reserve here on the side.
He just like greedily scoops it up and starts slurping at the sauce. Oh, you can send the next one down, I suppose. As you make your way back up, the slurping sounds fade down below you as Joichiro is led down into this dark basement with some spatterings of sauce across this tabletop, with the single candle illuminating this darkness, with the small table set up with a spoon, a fork, a knife, and a napkin on the opposite side, and but a single placemat on your side of the table. And just darkness down there waiting for you. So, what were you going for with this one? A voice calls out from the darkness, a bit raspy, seasoned.
Well, unfazed, Joichiro puts the plate down on the judge's table and says, well, I was inspired by all the natural ingredients down in the cave. And I wanted to make something that I don't think anyone else was gonna make, given the natural bounty that was available to us. And so before you, I present a gilded date cake. We have a honey sponge with dos leches cream frosting, along with the dates and herbs topping. Bon appetit.
As a lizard folk emerges into the light with these beautiful glistening dark scales, with, if she were a rhinoceros, where her horn would be seems to be almost another nostril that seems to just be sniffing at the scent that this cake is wafting off with. And as she steps almost cautiously towards it, feel free to roll me a persuasion, deception, or performance check.
All right, here we go. 18!
As she slices with a
Let's
single
go.
blade of her claws into the cake
Why are you all barking?
and lifts up a piece of this cake and is quick to swallow the smaller slice whole, barely chewing upon it. She licks her lips and then licks at the air a couple of times. You will have our scorings momentarily, if you can gather everyone upstairs.
Absolutely. Enjoy, judges.
And you hear somewhere in the darkness, oh, I love cake. as Joichiro returns back to the main floor of the tavern, everybody kind of gathers in a semicircle as one after another of the red aprons descends down the dark staircase. And their platters are hidden beneath these illustrious silvered shieldings. And one after another, emerging up from the stairwell, looks more disappointed than the next. And then everybody gathered here watches as one by one these judges emerge. Forex, Babu Gabu, and this unnamed lizard folk individual with quite a bit of a record to Cookie's name emerges and gives everybody just the cold stare once over. The music changes to a bit of a minor key as the flames begin to shoot back up in the kitchens, just for the sake of creating more drama and atmosphere for all the people that have gathered here from all over the world. As a little bit of a spiel is given out about the many years that this competition has been going on and the meanings that it takes whenever one is gifted with an Epicurean star. And despite this competition having traversed many continents over the many aeons and over the many generations of judges that have gathered, that the three of them have collectively come together to decide that there has never been such a scoring as what they have put together on this one. As just running the math over, you guys fucking blew this shit out of the water.
Let's go.
You scored like 85 points on your taste scoring of a necessary like 30.
It's not how many did we need to pass. It's how many is perfection.
And so there's this moment that all the red aprons are just dismissed from the kitchen as...
Better luck next year, guys.
As 8 new figures in black aprons all just march into the room in their place. Each one of them stands beside one of you. And each one of them just kind of steps forward, steps around, and then spins around to face you face to face, blocking your line of sight to these 3 judges. And all of them moving at once reach back behind their backs towards about their belt line and rapidly produce a small artifact that they all hold up, and presented inside of each one is a small Epicurean star pin.
Ooh.
I don't believe it's ever happened in the course of this competition, but I think every one of the chefs involved in this year's blue team is worthy of having displayed an Epicurean star of their own, in addition to the team captain who brought them all together. And the crowd just goes wild as the black apron chefs step away to give you guys the paparazzi moment, as there are flashes of prestidigitations going off, images frozen in time and teleported across the expanses elsewhere, as all sorts of viewing crystals are just going abuzz this way and that. And with a beam of pride, the 3 judges are now looking at the members of the party, and all of them kind of just like giving the polite nodding of their heads as all of this uproar is happening. And I think that's about where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oh my god, that was so great.
That was so
good.
good.
Woohoo! That was so fun.
So much fun.
That was really fun.
That was a blast.
I was
That
not
was an
expecting it
amazing
to
session
be
of
that fun
D&D.
for a fucking cooking competition.
How did you come up with this? That's what I want to know first.
Well, one of the one-shot ideas that I got had this list of the recipe list thingies. And so a lot of it just kind of came from that. I'm like, okay, so I need these types of monsters involved in something.
That was great. You did so good.
Yeah, I want to play Leibniz Jollyworth.
Now I want to make.
I want to play Joichiro as an actual character now. I was like, oh, I
Yeah.
like this. I like this vibe.
Well, luckily, I was able to tie all of the worlds together into this as canon. So technically, whoever wants to can play whoever in the next campaign of whatever.
Excellent.
Except the legacy campaign. I don't know how to tie that in just yet.
That's okay.
We
Next
don't know the
time.
people in there yet.
Next special guest appearance.
That's right.
Thank
And
you,
then
Ryan.
next in season 2. Oh my god, there has to be a season 2, Ryan.
The return of the red aprons.
Oh my god.
I kind of want to have a cooking competition in the party.
No. You know what would be fun? It'd be new guard versus old guard. So it'd be like these would be the old characters, and then we'd have new kids.
These
Or
are
like
the new Iron Chefs.
Yeah, there'd be like a new lineup of Iron Chefs, and we're like the old guard that have to defend our title.
Yeah, this was like entry, like freshman year. Like we're just now getting introduced to the top 10.
Ooh.
You're in it now.
God, this was fun.
We finally got to do the cooking part of the Monster Hunter game.
Right?
It reminds me so much.
It's like it's the different innkeepers from each of the Monster Hunter guilds. Oh god.
Oh, that was awesome, Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ryan.
Absolutely.
But
Thanks for having fun, guys.
there is one thing I feel like I have to bring up. We mentioned legacy. I hear that is it Amanda's fault or is it Jeremy's fault?
Both and Rachel. Don't forget Rachel.
Whoa!
Oh,
Forget Rachel for a minute here. You know,
never. We can't forget you.
I don't know what you're talking about. I actually came up with a lot for my character this week. I actually had a breakthrough.
Sir, is it written down and did you send it to me?
What are words, anyways? Okay, words are just
what
made up
are
things.
words? What are
Did you
words?
at least run it
Words
by me,
are the
Jeremy?
manifestation of thought.
He just changed his
Ask
class and
connection to Lucas's
solidified his
character,
concept.
so I've done my part.
I haven't changed my. I didn't like the idea of going just fighter into paladin because it sounded boring. I wanted to do a monk, but it's not so much spiritual. Just like my dad taught my character how to do like Western military hand to hand, like off and off.
Good luck with that.
Well,
You know what the
I
best part
believe
is,
in
Lucas?
RNGesus, so
You know what the best
Did,
part is?
did he pick the same subclass?
Guess what subclass you picked?
Did you pick Astro Monk, you son of a bitch?
The first one.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yep, that works.
what I do?
No, I'm not gonna say that loud.
Roger was a Cobalt Soul monk when he first
Yep.
started out.
I got this. No,
Which I thought was funny. When
No,
you were like,
go
can I
for it.
play that? I was like, sure, no problem. Go for it.
I'm familiar with that one.
but yeah, no, I'm excited about it.
Awesome.
Right?